in Carlsbad.
Tex-Mex Rentals and Services of Hobbs is hiring for vacuum trucks, pump trucks, and hot oilers. Must have a Class A CDL and be able to pass pre-employment drug screening. Tex-Mex Rentals and Services offers competitive pay, sign-on bonuses, paid time off, health benefits, and 401k. Apply in person today at Tex-Mex Rentals and Services. See Karina at 2604 Northwest County Road in Hobbs. Tex-Mex Rentals and Services is an equal opportunity employer.
Tatum Truck and Trailer has changed their name to Hobbs Truck and Trailer, specializing in heavy and light duty trucks and trailers and for tanker trailers, specializing in Garrett and Titan sales and service. Hobbs Truck and Trailer, same owners and reliable team, providing a variety of products and services you can depend on. Hobbs Truck and Trailer is currently accepting applications for heavy-duty diesel mechanics. Stop by 3220 Northwest County Road or call 575-433-4166. Hobbs Truck and Trailer.
Platinum Auto Service of Carlsbad is under new ownership. They offer preventative maintenance, diagnostics, and fleets are welcome. Right now, there's short wait time and fast service on brakes, tires, AC service, alignments, lift kits, and more. Stop by and meet the friendly staff today and get back on the road. Call 575-689-6900. Platinum Auto Services, 606 South Canal, Carlsbad.
Captain Adam Rinovich of the Hobbs Fire Marshal's Office here to let you know about how to get a free smoke detector. Due to a generous grant we received, we were able to purchase thousands of smoke detectors to give away to our own community members. Additionally, for those who need it, a member of the Fire Marshal's Office is also available to install the smoke detector for you. Remember that the smoke detectors are free for everyone. To request installation of your smoke detector or to pick yours up, call the Hobbs Fire Marshal's Office at 575-391-8158. We are here and happy to serve you.
Carlsbad's evening hotspot is Cal's Shade Western Lounge and Package, featuring nightly drink specials, karaoke Wednesday nights, open mic Thursdays for ladies' night with $1 off drinks. Plus, most Friday and Saturday nights feature live music. Don't forget the 24-lane bowling action of Cal's Cactus Lanes Bowling and Recreation Center with Cosmic Bowling Friday and Saturday nights. And eat at the Cajun Station Wednesday through Saturday. A restaurant, 2 lounges, package store, and recreation center, all at 1611 South Canal in Carlsbad. Cal's Shade Western and Cal's Cactus Lanes also cater parties and events at your location or theirs. Call 887-9012 for Cal's Shade Western.
Rio Grace Landscaping of Lovington is open for business at their new location, just north of Lovington on the Tatum Highway at 4 Crockett Road. You can find fruit, shade, and flowering trees as well as hydrangea, roses, lavender, and so much more. Find your fire pits and hot tubs all proudly made in the USA. Open 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday and on Sunday by appointment. Call the landscape experts today at 575-396-7464. Rio Grace Landscaping, your ultimate service garden center and landscape professionals.
Southeast New Mexico weather.
The weather forecast for southeast New Mexico along the 285 corridor today. Temperatures from about 89 degrees in Roswell into the upper 80s, almost 90 in Carlsbad, Artesia, and 86 degrees at our radio studios in Lovington. Temperatures will drop on Thursday to 79 degrees at our radio studios, 84 degrees for Carlsbad and Artesia. For W105 FM, I'm meteorologist Ron Roberts.
Your country plays on W105.
Be in the Breakfast Club powered by Carlsbad Chevrolet. Online at carlsbadchevrolet.com. Text line at 877-396-W105. Brought to you by Amigo Machinery, your Kubota dealer. Online at amigo-machinery.com. Question of the day brought to you by Lovington Auto Supply, your Napa dealer. And YouTube, Rumble, and Facebook video feed brought to you by Desert Sand Water Well. Online at desertsandsnm.com.
That smell. What's that smell?
What smell?
What's that smell?
Today is a very smelly day.
April 19th.
Today is National Garlic Day.
Like garlic?
I hate garlic, don't ya?
No, I like garlic.
Just love garlic.
Garlic? Yes.
I eat 2 cloves of garlic.
Garlic makes me smell like a garlic.
Do I have garlic breath?
Garlic.
Garlic.
The stinking rose.
A lot of garlic.
Showtime.
It's showtime. It's your B and the Breakfast Club. Good morning for your Wednesday, April the 19th. Standing in for B this morning, I got Will Rooney from a undisclosed location. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
And Tom A. Reese with his phone in front of the camera.
Morning.
No, actually, we're on long shot. And Russ Black, I'm with you this morning, and it is your April the 19th. A lot of things going on weather-wise. Look, today we're going to have some red flag warnings, wind advisories. Temperature's going to be topping out in the upper 80s across the plain, but wind gusts up around 45 miles per hour. And it looks like it's not going to back off until we get later into the weekend. I've got more on the weather. Ron Roberts is around for that. And this morning, we want to thank the sponsors for B and the Breakfast Club. And our question of the day, where's our question of the day posted? Let's see.
It's up on Facebook.
We're up on Facebook. And our question of the day today is, what would your superpower be? And how would you use it?
Ooh, good one.
What would your superpower be, Tom?
You know what it would, no, I'm not going to say it.
What?
I'm not going to say. I was going to say my crop duster powers.
Well, you've already got that superpower. That one's down because you can clear a room like nobody's business.
That's right, baby.
Howard Stern would sue you too. He's got the copyright on Fart Man.
Does he?
So, what would yours be, Will?
You know, if I could fly, I would fly in a heartbeat. I've always said that. My boys are like, "Man, really fly?" He's like, "That's pretty lame, Dad." I'm like, "No, I would. That would be my superpower."
And yours, Russ?
I've actually thought about this question before, and I would like to have the power to touch any book and absorb all of its information and be able to retain it.
Mm-hmm.
Just think about what power that would be if you could just walk through a medical library and touch all the books and absorb all the information that was in those and be able to retain it. Smart man, not fart man, smart man.
Smart man. You could be a lawyer and a doctor and an engineer and everything else with just from reading their books.
Power of knowledge, baby.
So if you had a superpower, what would it be and how would you use it? Text us. Text lines are open, 877-396-9105, 877-396-W105. And, of course, we're coming from the end of the Mountain God Studios, and there's a lot to talk about today. And, Will, I think you've got the latest update, if we've got any update at all on Kevin's condition.
Well, there wasn't a whole lot. I didn't actually get to talk to him last night. He was still recovering, but he did get another pint of blood. He did know about the generosity of the Breakfast Club. I did let him and we both know. I talked to we a little bit more than I talked to Kevin, but they were both very grateful. And Stephanie, Kevin's daughter, she was so overwhelmed that I think she couldn't really articulate it well, but she wanted to thank the Breakfast Club and couldn't say enough, because we just in the 3 hours yesterday, we raised over $5,000, which her original goal on the thing was on the GoFundMe was $5,000. Now GoFundMe itself didn't get up to $5,000, but that's not where everybody donated.
Right.
We had another. So there's the last time I checked, I need to go to log into it and check it again. We had roughly 2,500. Hold on, I went to Facebook and it immediately started streaming the show. So, but we had 2,400 or so on the GoFundMe last time I checked, and then I'll log in and check that here in a second. But we raised $3,000 just for Venmo and Cash App, which I transferred to his daughter last night.
And then private donations, money coming to the station, and other things. We totaled close to $5,000, didn't we?
Well, it was over, and with the money that's pledged, because we have several people that have said they're going to bring in checks or they're going to bring by money. With that money that's pledged, yes, it's closer to $6,000. And so once we get all of that and any other donations that come in, obviously, if you're just now hearing, so Kevin was in an accident on the weekend where he was on his scooter. He wiped out, and he's got 6 broken ribs, internal bleeding around his kidney, which is causing him to have to take units of blood. He took another unit last night. he is in the hospital in Cebu City in the trauma center. They want payment up front before he gets services. So we're just trying to help him so that he's not burdened by this accident any more than he is health wise. Obviously, he did a lot of back and spinal damage and neck damage to his already jacked up back and neck, and so he's in rough shape. But and then luckily we was not nearly as bad hurt, and she's been like a rock, like she always is, right there by his side the entire time. So, but we had another. I was going to try to find Smokey's comment. I may have to read this one a couple of times, but he really wanted to. He felt, and he's of course Smokey, formerly of Hobbs, then of Florida, and then of Texas, and now of Arizona. He keeps on moving around with his job. So he's now living in Arizona and working over there, but still listening to Be in the Breakfast Club every morning. He messaged me last night. He said, "There's no better group of guys and ladies than y'all's listeners, and I know B will be thankful everyone that comes back when he comes back. But I would love it if you would tell everyone in the morning on the show that I said we had a great bunch of guys and gals that are so willing to come together and help out whenever the need has arisen, whether it's been Lori and the traumatic stuff she went through and helping her with money, to the people in the Philippines that none of us have ever met or known. We just helped a bunch of strangers with a typhoon. And then, of course, now coming together for the common good for B. And we have the greatest bunch of listeners. I want to say thank you to all of them myself, just for being able to be a part of the Breakfast Club every morning. And, of course, Smokey in Arizona. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate you so much. That came from the heart. It was very it was kind of touching to me, and just a good, and I feel that because I have that feeling myself, where I was just so overwhelmed by all the generosity yesterday. And I know that people are still, I got Vera just donated a nice donation last night late. And so, people are still donating into the evening. So.
And a quick reminder on something I forgot to do. Your question today is posted on Facebook on the W105 page. Your question of the day is brought to you by Napa Auto Parts in Lovington Auto Supply, the real parts store, not the place you go when you want M&Ms and a Coke. Not one of those parts stores that can't decide whether it's a parts store or convenience store. No, this is where the pros work. This is where the gearheads go. This is where you find your true professionals in auto parts and auto service, and the place that's been around almost 50 years serving Lee County and Lovington area with highest quality parts and mainly highest quality people and the pros that are there. That's why the mechanics and all the rest of the auto parts call Napa and Lovington Auto Supply when they need parts. Napa Auto Parts, Lovington Auto Supplies, 217 West Avenue D in Lovington. And I thank them for bringing your question of the day, which is, again, if you had a superpower, what would it be and how would you use it? Now, back to what you just said. I had an opportunity here a few years ago to actually retire and go somewhere else, or actually take another radio job somewhere else. What we were just talking about, the people, the audience, Lee County, this audience, this is why I'm here. And always, from dating all the way back, you remember in Katrina, Will? Remember how Lee County come out to send water and supplies all the way from New Mexico to Louisiana for the deal? We've always been like that. It doesn't matter where the help needs to come from. That's where it's at. Also, we've got our thought of the day that we needed to get to.
We do. Thought of the day being brought to you by our buddies at Wakefield Oil. Over 35 years serving Southeast New Mexico with quality products and excellent, dependable service. They don't just come around when the boom's here. They're always here serving all of Southeast New Mexico and parts of West Texas. Delivery of gas and diesel, both on and off road, along with oil and DEF. They have service that can't be beat. You can follow them on Facebook. Just look for Wakefield Oil or go to wakefieldoil.com. Wakefield Oil, proud sponsor of the Thought of the Day.
And the thought is, I choose a lazy person to do a hard job. Because the lazy person will find an easy way to do it. That's actually from Bill Gates.
You have to find the lazy person that's capable of doing the job. Because see, the problem with a lazy person like Tom is they would find the easy way to do it if they could even figure out how to do it at all.
But that's what I was fixing to say. Speaking of finding a lazy person to do it, the text line's open, 877-396-W105. Tom?
All right, the question of the day. This is from Germ this morning. If I could have any superpowers, I would love to have the ability that God has, he says, to be able to say it'd be done and it would be done. Well, forgive me for my blasphemy, says Germ this morning. Boy, if I could do that too, man. If I could wave a wand and B would be healed right away. But you can do that through prayer, by the way.
Well, I like this one. Somebody said my superpower would be to take everyone's pain and suffering away. Great thought. Mm-hmm. I like this one. I would be able to transport myself anywhere in the world just by looking at a picture from the place. I remember like the movie Jumper.
Todd in Carlsbad says I'd have the ability to turn invincible at will.
Invisible.
What did I say? Invincible?
Invisible.
Invisible.
Which wouldn't be a bad superpower either.
Right.
Invincible, invisible. Yeah, they would both have their perks for sure.
Yeah. And Tom's superpower would be to touch a buffet and retain it all, says the texter.
Well, he pretty much has that superpower already.
The ability to read people's minds.
That's true.
We already have those walking around. Right. They're called women.
Well,
I'm serious. Right. Sometimes I think they can read our minds. You know.
Smokey in Arizona says, "Good morning, guys, and good morning to you, Smokey."
And Smokey, thank you for the comments last night, buddy. I read that. I hope you heard that.
Absolutely.
And I'd like to say I didn't realize how many friends I had and how many listeners to the station that had my phone number until yesterday afternoon when the good wishes for B started coming in and my text and my phone line just blew up. So thanks to all of y'all very much.
And one of the texters says, I love to have the healing power of Jesus, says the texter.
There's the ultimate power.
Mm-hmm. And my superpower would be able to create world peace, says the text.
God. He said if he was able to turn invisible, he would not use it for good.
Wow. Be hanging out in locker rooms. I know what you're thinking. There you go.
Another one is this is kind of interesting. I'd have the ability to clone myself. Says
like multiplicity with Michael Keaton. So
that's exactly what I just thought of.
So you could have, man, trust me, that superpower would definitely come in handy. If I could have more of myself to do more, yeah.
What was so cute in that movie is just like a copier. Every copy kept getting more and more scattered until the last one he made was a boob. That was a great movie.
And another one says, John from Lovington, good morning, guys. My superpower would be to heal the sick and the wounded. Amen to that, brother. Russ?
A lot of our listeners are very unselfish. I mean, I was immediately going to a selfish place and what I could do, that would be fun for me. And all these folks are making me feel bad because they're like, oh, no. I do something to help other people and to help people in mass.
Well, some of these people are pretty selfish themselves. Like my superpower would be able to turn into panties that are in use.
Oh, my.
There you go. Well, we've always got to see those listeners. We've got those that make me feel better about my choice, and then we've got the ones that make me feel worse. So it's 6 to 1. So, avoid the construction and congestion in Loving, and stop into the new North Star Fuel for all your fueling needs. Quick highway access, easy in and out. You can grab your ice and water before hitting the road. They accept WEX, Gas Card, TCH, EFS, Fleetstone, and all major credit and debit cards. Located between Carlsbad and Loving. They're right there at 2519 Pecos Highway. Avoid the construction and congestion in Loving. Stop by the North Star Fuel Station for all your fueling. Again, 2519 Pecos Highway. North Star Fuel, proud sponsor of B and the Breakfast Club.
And we're coming up. Let's see, we got to get to oil prices coming up. Oh, I've got a good one for taking up the trash. I got my taking out the trash this morning at 3:30. And, of course, coming up a little bit later on, National Anthem and the Pledge. I tell you what, did you see the list of the best economic climates in the United States?
Oh, are they?
Oh, we got something to be proud of again. Did you see this, Will?
Oh, well, of course, New Mexico made the top of the bottom of the list.
Now, we've got something to be proud about. Most red states joined Utah at the top of the list of the best economic outlooks in 2023. But listen to the states with the best economic outlooks: Utah, North Carolina, Arizona, Idaho, Oklahoma, Wyoming, Indiana, North Dakota, Florida, and Nevada. So if you notice, that's
only one blue state.
One blue state out Nevada. Of all of them.
Yep.
And then, meanwhile, at the bottom, with the bleakest economic outlooks for 2023, Maryland, Hawaii, Oregon, Maine, California, Illinois, New Jersey, Minnesota, Vermont, and New York. 10 blue states in a row.
Wow.
Okay, now here's why they have such a bleak outlook, and this is where we've got something to be so proud of. They also did a study to find out which states over the last 10 years have gained the most economically. And Florida. Everybody wants to know why that governor in that area is loved. Number one economic opportunity state in the United States, Florida. Followed by Utah, which was kind of a surprise, Arizona, Idaho, Colorado. Maybe it's because the extra income from all the weed. Washington State, Texas, Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina. Here are the bleakest.
So the only two in there that I heard that were blue are Washington and Colorado.
Yes, which surprised me. Doesn't that surprise you? Colorado has that great of an outlook?
Washington really does because, well, I guess they can't really go farther down because of all the, I mean, that Washington and Seattle in particular have been pretty dismal. But I guess, like I said, they can't really go farther down. So I guess if you're talking about outlook looking forward, they have only to go up.
And Texas made the list, but they made it at number 7 behind Colorado and Washington State, which I don't know what's wrong there, but we can be really proud of this. As far as the bottom 10 states mixing in economic progress over the last 10 years, we're not the worst. We're second worst.
Yeah, we're the next to the last.
Right.
Yeah.
Vermont was number 1. New Mexico was number 2, followed by Wyoming, Illinois, Hawaii, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Connecticut, Alaska, and Louisiana. What do all those states have in common?
With the exception of Alaska.
With the exception of Alaska.
They're all blue.
And see, Alaska has been hurt by the Democrats because one of the reasons that it stated that their economic opportunity is down is because the shutdown of oil exploration and pipelines in that area.
There you go. And they're bluer than they have been in the past. I don't know if you saw. I mean, the last election was they weren't as red as they normally are.
So there you go. Thanks to all the blue voters in New Mexico. Thanks to how many years have we been under firm Democratic control, if not through the governor's office, through our congressional Congress here? I believe all 10 years of it, hadn't we?
Yeah, at least. I mean, even before, even when Susana Martinez was there, they still had a Democrat-controlled House and Senate, if I'm not mistaken.
So, there you go. So, and also there was another list that come out. It showed what states are the hardest to live in. And I knew the answer to that. Number 1, guess what state got the number 1 vote? Hardest state to be productive, economically productive
Mississippi, I would say.
New Mexico.
Mississippi.
Well,
Tommy.
I didn't want us to be last again, so.
Well, no, none of us want us to be last. This is my home state.
Right.
I hate the fact that we're as bad off as we are. And granted, here in southeast New Mexico, where we have a better outlook than the rest of the state, but the reason why the rest of the state sucks so bad is thanks to Albuquerque, Santa Fe, and Las Cruces.
Right. That is right. So, hey, did you guys hear about the rust production down around Santa Fe County where Alec Baldwin was accused of shooting and killing someone, and he's going to get off. But they're going to resume filming the rest of the film in Montana. So they're not even going to come back to New Mexico to film that movie. So Montana now is going to be part of that rust film production.
I don't know how I feel about moving forward with that movie at all.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I part of me, I guess, for the people who passed, but yeah, that just give it up. Because who really wants to go watch that movie?
It's cursed already.
Oh, you wait and see. You wait and see. It shouldn't be made. It's not right. The idea of production should have been shut down immediately.
I would have.
But if this movie ever makes it to screen,
it won't.
As messed up as the people are in our country right now, you see if people don't go flock to see this movie because of the story and what's connected about it and everything. That way,
it's got lots of publicity.
Yeah, they'll feel like they're at the cool kids table when they're asked, at work, oh, have you seen Rust?
Mm-hmm.
And because that'll be the big question, and because the cool kids table influence, everybody in the country will flock to see that movie.
I don't know about that. I think it'll go to one of the streamings, either Peacock or Paramount or one of the other.
Cocaine Bear. The minute that was a hit, I was like, okay, we're done.
We're done.
Well, it wasn't so much because it was such a great movie. It was more because there was nothing else released at that time.
Yeah, Baldwin will get an Academy Award for Rust, for Rocket. I'm sure they meant Rust. Yeah, okay, I read it wrong. That's from Rocket.
Hey, guys, so you remember that the state session lawmakers passed a bill prohibiting the abortion ordinances across New Mexico. One of them here that was concerning people was in Eunice, and Eunice people showed up in this U.S. Supreme Court steps yesterday protesting this very bill. And Mayor Billy Hobbs was there, so was David Gallegos, our state senator, as well, and a couple others, and they're all protesting House Bill 7, which prohibits cities from passing ordinances restricting abortion. So already that's underway. That was big news yesterday, and wish the best to those people representing us down there and our values here in southeast New Mexico.
The New Mexico Supreme Court, right? Not the U.S.
No, they were in Washington, D.C.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, Washington, D.C. So they're serious. Don't mess with us down here, man. We're tired of it already. And Hobbs City Council yesterday night in their session decided to pass an ordinance for restricting big truck and trailers to park on city streets. That's ordinance number 1150 was passed yesterday, and that means any trucks 26 feet or longer will no longer be allowed to park on the city streets. It was concerning the citizens in Hobbs because they couldn't see, kind of like what I happened with my rig. I couldn't see that dumpster. So.
Oh, that's what it was.
Yeah.
You couldn't see.
Yeah.
So that's why you chased down that story.
They're more talking about being able to see around the truck.
Yes.
They're not talking about being able to see the truck and not run into it.
Well, kind of the same neighborhood.
No.
You got oil prices, sir?
Yes.
You ready?
I'm ready.
You want to do oil prices? Hold on. You know me, I've got to have your oil prices. Brought to you by Spinnaker's Oilfield Cementers. Do you want a great oilfield job? Do you want to make some of the highest salary percentage in the industry and have a benefit package so strong that even housing is provided? You want to get with Spinnaker's. If you got a Class A CDL, remember Spinnaker's is an oil-free and equal opportunity employer. If you supervise frac crews, you could be a cementing supervisor. And if you've run frac or blender equipment, you could be a cementing truck operator in their SSIT programs, and you're going to have a great oil field job. If you're interested and you qualify and you want to have that great oil field job, text Oilfield 63566, or go to greatoilfieldjobs.com. Spinnaker's Oilfield Cementers are bringing you great oil field jobs and your oil prices on Being the Breakfast Club.
West Texas Intermediate checks in at 79.33 this morning. Brent crude at 83.16, and the price of natural gas $2.30. Russ?
So natural gas is up how much?
$2.30.
Yeah, but I mean, wasn't it like at $2.03 yesterday?
207.
207. So 23 cents on natural gas overnight.
That according to the...
They must have heard about that bill not working at Berkeley.
Okay.
Jiminy Christmas, 23 cents overnight on natural gas of all things. Oil prices brought to you by Spinnaker's Oilfield Cementers. Okay, coming up on Taking Out the Trash, text lines are open, 877-396-9105. Back in the day, also coming up, and then I'm waiting for trash eaters, my Taking Out the Trash. I've got a thing.
Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to do that here in just a second. I was gonna. So, Oilfield Liberal had to chime in on the text line. Says y'all station is rust. Bunch of boomers.
Oh man,
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Did Tom just say yesterday night, and then someone else? Really, Tom? Yesterday night? Yes, that's one of Tom A-isms that B always rips him on. So thank you guys for catching that because I missed it.
I missed it too.
Would you do? You say it all the time. How would you miss
I don't
it?
say it no more.
You do all the time.
One of the texters said, y'all hear about Florida passing a bill to make it a death penalty for sexually assaulting a minor? No,
Yes.
I hadn't.
Yes.
But I'm all behind that. What a great bill. I'm serious. There's some things out there that should be the death penalty, whether you took somebody's life or not. That's one of them. So, natural gas is actually down 8 cents. Okay. Well, it's hard for me to keep up. I can't get Tom to tell me whether it's up or down. He just gives me prices every day.
And I think that I never trust Tom's number, especially from the day before, unless he's got him right there in front of him.
Yeah,
I wouldn't trust.
I got him written down right here.
Well, yeah, sure you do. I wouldn't trust his numbers. Plus, he writes them down first thing when he gets there. And so by the time, usually we do oil prices a little later, and by the time we do them, they're already old.
Yeah, they're fluctuating.
Yeah, they're already old.
Yeah.
So it's rarely right when he gives them.
I'm looking at them exactly right
It's in
now,
the neighborhood.
and West Texas crude is 79.15. That's down 1.71. Brent crude is also down 1.81. Natural gas is down 0.078, so less than a penny, but it's at 228. So yeah, you was in the neighborhood. He was in the neighborhood. They fluctuate quickly. So I'm picking on you.
Let's do our trash eater. Let's do
trash eaters.
Trash eaters, of course, taking out the trash, reminding you to give to the Lovington Animal Shelter so that they can spay and neuter pets. They can get them off of death row. They can send them to a non-kill shelter, and of course, volunteer at the Lovington Animal Shelter as well, because those animals could sure use some love and some attention from some folks as well. And they could always use your help over at the Lovington Animal Shelter. Trash Eaters, big supporter of the Lovington Animal Shelter. And of course, if you're looking for residential commercial dumpsters, they'll help you out. 575-390-4549. You can find them at trash-eaters.com. Taking out the trash being brought to you by Trash Eaters.
And taking out the trash today is dedicated to Johnny Jake Brake. I don't know what's going on locally with some of our truck drivers, but where in New Mexico do you need to use your Jake brake? And why in New Mexico do you need to use your Jake brake at 3 o'clock in the morning? And it's not one driver. It's a rash of this, like it's auditioning for a bass rumble concert. 3 o'clock in the morning, Jake brake grinds for long enough that it brings me out of bed. I look out my back door to see what truck is doing this, It's a dump truck hauling a backhoe, riding the down to 3 miles an hour. The real truck drivers around you, Johnny Jake Brake, are laughing at you. And your mechanics is having to fix your gummy valves and all the back pressure damage that you're putting on your drivetrain, hate you. Making that loud noise doesn't make you a truck driver. Learn how to drive it. There's nowhere in Lee County where you need to have your Jake Brake. Quit doing that. There you go. Taking out my trash. I'm done with you. Learn to drive. Go to train at New Mexico. Get out of here, Johnny Jake Brake. There you go. Now I feel better.
So Buddy says drivers use the Jake Brake on Avenue O from Allsup's to the stop sign in front of my house. That's just sad. I mean, really.
This is a dump truck coming up to make a 3 mile an hour turn to get out there on the truck bypass. Come in. He rode his Jake Brake all the way from the railroad tracks down by where he's down to 3 miles an hour, and you hear him go, blah, 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 and almost stall out against his Jake Brake, and then have to grab a gear. Blah, 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 blah. Learn how to drive your truck.
Maybe we'll file an ordinance here in Lovington against that.
Don't you remember me asking the chief of police during the extended version if we had any type of regulations on, because in Texas, I've drove trucks, okay, long time ago, okay? I wouldn't call myself a truck driver now, but yeah, hauled milk, and yes, I've hauled swinging beef and all that stuff, piggyback freight up and down the eastern seaboard, and all over, especially in states like North Carolina, South Carolina, Kansas, your sleepy areas, right. Kentucky mountains, no use of Jake Brake in town. Yeah. I mean, it's one of the signs that you'll see going in almost everywhere. We have no regulation on that here. And for some reason, the rookie truck drivers think that makes them sound like a big bad gear jammer to ride that Jake Brake down like this man said, from the Allsup's to the stop sign on Avenue O. And for one, Mandy, our office manager, her husband is a top of the line diesel mechanic. And I asked him about it, and he's like, they're just making all the mechanics hate them. So anyway, there you go. The reason I had to vent is because I've been up since 3:30 this morning because of Johnny Jake Brake.
Yeah, so. Tom A blames the Jake Brakes on when he crop dust. It says, "Go Russ, go," says John from Lovington. As a truck driver, you were so right. And Jeffro says they're pretending to be drivers.
Huh. And this texture says, Russ, I had 10-inch monster trucks. I hit the Jake just to hear it, and it was my personal truck, he says this morning.
Monster stacks, not monster trucks?
No, it's monster stacks.
That's not what I heard.
Monster stacks.
Monster stacks. And big old coal burner things.
Oh, yeah, there you go. And okay, oh man, Russ, I'm watching you on YouTube, and your body movements make your stories even better. Ha 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 ha. And Tom just tried to stay awake and laugh out loud, says Patrick this morning.
When he falls asleep, I'll put him right on camera so you can watch him.
I have been sitting now, and I really don't like it. I got used to standing up.
Well, we don't want you to fall down.
Well, no, we don't want me to fall down either. So,
one of the other stories, and you could almost make this taking out the trash. Right now, if you've been watching Elon Musk, many of the people in the know, everybody in research of AI, almost everyone is panicking because AI has been doing things like Will was talking about yesterday. Will, when you was talking about the AI couldn't get by the human barriers, so it actually contracted somebody to help it get through.
Yep.
So, well, now they're screaming on the floor of Congress about controls of AI. And many of the politicians who are preaching that we're all being having knee-jerk reactions and that this is nothing to fear and voting for it. Well, now they've done some research and they found out that most of these lawmakers that are battling on this on the floor of Congress don't know how to log on to Facebook.
But they're experts on AI.
Wouldn't know a CPU from a Jeep Wrangler. But they're voting on our future with AI.
That's like everything they vote on. I would say most of these people in Washington, they're good speakers, they're good orators, but they're friggin' morons. They don't know. I mean, look at AOC. She could actually, have it, but if you leave her without her script for too long, she says some pretty damn stupid stuff.
Her latest tangent about guns and everything. You know what I'd like to do? I'd like to walk into Congress with my empty AR-15 with no clip in it, no bullets in the. I said clip. Oh my goodness, no magazine in it, no bullets in the magazines, and throw down a box of 5.56 in the magazine and the AR, and say, "Here, load it and shoot it. Here, make it happen. Load this thing and shoot it. I'll go have lunch." Because I bet it'd take her a day to figure it out and pull it off. If she didn't hurt herself trying to load it.
Right.
I was going to say, she'd be too afraid to even try, to even pick it up. So it's sad, but I'm not surprised that they don't even know what the AI is capable of.
I saw him on Fox News this morning.
Who?
Elon Musk.
Elon,
and I think it was a part of their financial review, or financial news, and he was saying that within a year, maybe less, he says, the real estate market is going to majorly crash, and he said if that's not going to affect the economy, that's just the first shoe to stop. I mean, first shoe to fall, and this guy should know. But they made a big deal on it this morning. So watch the housing market.
We're in trouble as a morning show when we have to rely on Tom for content. I'm just saying.
Well,
and his recall of the news stories, because it's never good. So
it ain't.
Yeah, I know.
I woke up at 4:00 this morning to do that.
You did, huh?
Yeah, and I came in here at 5:15 and got my rest of the stuff because this is what we do when we're in trouble.
It's funny because I didn't see you in the studio until 5:45, or even actually 5:55 when you walked in the actual studio.
I don't think so. Well, yeah, because I was doing all my news. So.
Oh, you were doing all your news.
Yeah.
What news is that, Tom?
Well, local. I don't know what Jim's going to have, but this is what B used to do. So I'm kind of taking his place.
Are you feeling like you got a lot of assistance there, Russ?
Right on top of it.
Yep.
Best color man in the business.
Yeah, that's it.
Goodness. I'll tell you.
I want to give a shout out to our buddy Rebecca Long, the Atlas Lighted Mirror and Grooming Tool. If you're getting ready this morning and you're having trouble seeing, definitely look into this mirror. Because ladies, if you're putting on your makeup and you're squinting and the mirror's not that great a quality, or it's just the lighting is so poor, and even if in your bathroom you just aren't happy with the way everything looks, this thing will take the place of your vanity mirror, and it works fantastic. And you can take it with you wherever you go. It's 4 pounds, very portable. It's got 3 magnification mirrors in one, 5, and 10 times. The bright daylight LED lighting, it's actually too bright in some cases. That's why it's got a dimmer setting, which I use quite frequently. Black or white plastic diamond finish. Guys, you can use it like I do to trim up the goatee or get rid of the unsightly ear or nose hairs that you can't really see otherwise. Because some of those ear hairs can be pretty fine, and until you're actually looking at the 5 or 10 times, you don't really see it. Trust me, that 5 and 10 times magnification, though, you'll see more than you ever wanted to see. It's like unnecessary zoom, but it works great. And the mirrors are super, super, super clear. The standard USB charging cord and block, Folds in for easy storage. It's very, very portable, very nice. And you're going to like the travel case and everything that comes with it. So make sure and check it out. You can go online and look at it on their website, atlasmakeupmirror.com, or you can give Rebecca a call and see it in person in Hobbs, 226 West Vega, or give her a call, 631-3189, 575-631-3189. If you're looking for a gift, this is a great gift. And I promise you guys, if you haven't gotten one for her yet, she will love this and be very, very, very grateful. 575-631-3189. The Atlas Lighted Mirror and Grooming Tool. Find out more at atlasmakeupmirror.com.
Texter says there was a study of AI robots that were designed to play chess, and they started their own language and were doing things they were not programmed. They created a link to the internet. It's kind of crazy, says the texter.
Look, one of the scariest things about these AI is their ability to learn, and which is part of the process, part of the reason that makes them so functional, but it also makes them so scary, is they're able to adapt and learn, and at the rate that they learn at, which is what Elon is basically alluding to with Tucker, the rate that they learn at is to a point where they're not going to need us before long. And which is kind of the whole plot of every Skynet-ish type Terminator movie, is at some point the same thing with Matrix. At some point the machines decide, hey, you know what? These humans are the cancer. They're the reason this planet is so not doing well, because the murder and everything else is because of the humans. Let's just get rid of them all.
Well, they even proved that in simulation. That's what I was talking about yesterday. Had a simulation where AI was directing the fire trucks and rescue equipment during an emergency. Mm-hmm. There was a mass casualty incident down the road, and they're trying to get emergency equipment in there where there's hundreds of people. But in the road, there is one person that's blocking the way of the fire trucks and the emergency equipment. And AI ordered the fire truck to run the person down.
Wow.
Because the AI seen that one life wasn't as valuable as all the hundreds of lives down to mass casualty thing. See, that's the difference in AI and people. AI doesn't have a soul. And, we have souls and decision-making ability that far beyond any computer ever will be, except straight linear thought. They can figure a chess pattern better than we can, but they can't decide whether or not to run down the man with the fire truck. So we've got a gap somewhere in our AI technology.
Hey, morning, fellas, says the texter. Yesterday, towards the end of the show, you guys said that something came on the scanner about Artesia High School. What was that about? So after the show, I did call my sources, the PD, Artesia PD, and the Eddy County Sheriff's Department, and they both said it was really nothing. It was about a student that they were going to question about something totally different, and that was it. So
it was nothing. Yeah, nothing to be worried about. Nothing serious.
Yeah.
By the way, I wanted to mention something. It's totally off the deal, but this works into one of our sponsors, Camp of the Tall Pines. This is why you should be camping there. I went and bought a TP tent. I won't say what place I bought it because, well, they don't advertise with us. Walmart. Have you bought any camping equipment lately, Will? We got this 7-person teepee tent.
Not in quite some time, no.
Okay, it's supposed to be a 7-person teepee tent. In the picture, there's a man standing beside the tent.
Okay.
A grown man. Top of the tent is over his head. Apparently, that man is 4 foot tall.
Okay.
Because I put that tent together, and the top of that tent does not even come up to my eye level. It's this little, you look on the picture, and it looks like you could put, your family and a small pit fire inside this tent, and you set it up, and me and my son sitting in there yesterday, and it's filled up. It's not truthful advertising. So if you're camping, we do have a great place to go camping, and their tents for glamping they're actually the models for those would have to be taller than 4 foot. If you're looking for a new mountain getaway, look no farther than Camp of the Tall Pines, Scenic Mayhill. Scott and Jamie, they're anxious to show you all the improvements they've got, whether you want to choose their cozy cabins or the raised platform campsites for glamping, the convenient RV hookups. They're pleased with all the amenities and, more importantly, the surroundings. You're going to be in the mountains at Camp of the Tall Pines. And they've got specials for large groups. And if you're looking for a special place to hold your anniversary, public function, family reunion, holiday getaway, gathering for the wildlife and lodging and the use of the pavilion, it's the Camp of the Tall Pines. It's going to be perfect for you and your family. And don't forget the activities where they've got high and low roping, mountain biking, hiking, disc golf. What's the deer and the elk and the turkey? It's the beautiful mountains and the Camp of the Tall Pines. Go to the website, campofthetallpines.com, 687-4101, 575-687-4101. Camp of the Tall Pines. Thank them for sponsoring Beat and the Breakfast Club.
And don't forget, too, they've teamed up again this year for the second annual Turkey Fest, the National Wild Turkey Federation. They've got that going on Saturday, April 29th. Last year was the first banquet and was by far the biggest in New Mexico, and they've got it planned again, and they're looking for even bigger and better this year. Again, the second annual Wild Turkey Federation banquet is coming to Camp at the Tall Pines Saturday, April 29th. They're going to have a live band, dance to follow, all kinds of fun stuff. Make sure, hit them up on Facebook, or you can go to events.nwtf, that's nationalwildturkeyfederation.org, events.nwtf.org, and find out more information as well. And or you can, of course, call them at Camp at the Tall Pines or camptallpines.com.
Coming up in the next segment, we're also got our national anthem we're coming up on. I've got a news story. Buying the wrong colored swimsuit for your child could be deadly. And that's from a bunch of experts. I'll let you know what colors you shouldn't be buying coming up. Also, we got local news. Earl Pitts coming up. And what else do you got? Go to the text line, Tom.
All right. Well, the tent is made in China, Russ. I mean, what do you expect?
That model was probably 4 foot tall. That's probably it. I didn't think about that.
No. And, AI has no reasoning ability, only task accomplishment, says the texter.
Mm-hmm.
And another one says, thank you. I guess, I don't know what that was. Or maybe it was for the update on the Artesia situation, which was not. And we need an hour of Earl Pitts after listening to Tom A. Dumb us down, says the texter. And I see your MTV news guy took a fast Spanish 101 class yesterday.
He must have some good words that he pronounced.
No, I just told him how to pronounce Trujillo. So God love him. I mean, so he redid his afternoon news so it wasn't as bad. But God, Jim, it seems like, what was the last one? It was he did Jaramillo pretty messed up.
He did.
And then but Trujillo was Trujillo.
Yeah. Pecos is still fun. Is my favorite.
Pecos.
Yeah, Pecos. Yeah.
Pecos.
So he's got Pecos down now. But yeah, some of the names, it's really hard for a Yankee. I didn't realize it was going to be a difficulty until he started doing it, and I'm like, oh wow, Jim, that's pretty rough, bro. Well, like, where in the world would you even get that pronunciation? Right. It's like he's never been around any Spanish class ever.
Right, and he's never been this way.
No, he's. We've got to bring him down here, feed him one plate of fajitas. He'll have it.
Yeah, fajitas.
Like, if he has some green chili, he'll be good to go.
Right. Okay, buy him a poncho, and he'll be set up. We're going to go to local news, but taking a quick look at your weather. Sunny skies today. High is going to top out in the upper 80s, closer to 90 around Carlsbad. Those winds are going to be howling. Red flag warnings, wind advisories in place. Gusty winds up to around 45 miles per hour today. Overnight lows only down in the 50s. Tomorrow, a warm day, much milder winds, a little bit of cloud cover. It's going to be around 80 and around 10 to 15 miles per hour. And we've got a beautiful weekend coming up ahead of us. Local news and Earl Pitts right now. You're listening to Beat and the Breakfast Club, W105. We'll be right back.
MTD Radio News, I'm Joe Miller. Already more than 20,000 containers of radioactive waste have been put underground near Carlsbad, and the state considering renewing a permit to allow storage operations to continue. The renewed permit would bring some changes to waste storage operations, and the public is allowed to comment on the proposal, but that window for public comment closing April 19th today at 5. In addition to format changes within the proposed permit, the updated permit would remove set closure dates for storage areas and instead close storage areas as they fill up with waste. The proposed changes also include suggestions from the New Mexico Environment Department aiming to ensure compliance with state law. A $1.6 billion sale of oil and gas assets in southeast New Mexico's Permian Basin closed last week as energy companies sought to increase their presence in the growing fossil fuel region. Matador Resources said the deal with NCAP saw Matador purchase Advanced Energy Partners holdings, including oil and gas producing properties, underdeveloped acreage and midstream facilities in Lee County and Ward County, Texas. The assets were made up of 18,500 acres throughout the northern portion of the Permian's western Delaware subbasin, estimated to produce up to 25,500 barrels of oil and natural gas equivalent in the first quarter of this year. Red flag warning was issued for portions of southeastern New Mexico and West Texas yesterday into last night. National Weather Service in Midland, Texas sent out the warning, which impacted the plains of Chavez and Eddy counties along with Lee County, the Sacramento Mountains, the Delaware and Guadalupe Mountains, the Highway 54 corridor, and eastern Culbertson County. The warning took effect through early this morning. Southwest winds were gusting as high as 55 yesterday, with relative humidity as low as 5%. National Weather Service also put in place a fire weather watch for the same area that will last from tomorrow afternoon into tomorrow night. I'm Joe Miller, NTD Radio News.
You know what makes me sick? You know what makes me so bad? I just want to sit in a hot tub full of warm St. Bernard slobber. It's where all these sad idiots all go ape crazy nuts whenever some lottery gets up to some outrageous jackpot number. And that $500 billion jackpot back away, my old lady bought a water ticket so big could have choked a mule. She didn't understand the simple rule of lotteries. The only people trying for the jackpots are the crackpots, which we didn't win. She gets all depressed and she said, "Well, I guess we're going to have to get rich the old-fashioned way, Earl." I said, "How's that?" She said, "Scratch-offs." Here's the thing I don't get, though. Every time they got some big winner on the TV holding some giant check, what do they say? They always say, "This $100 million is not going to change my life." Well, then what in the hell did you buy a ticket for, you bonehead? It ain't going to change your life. The bus has left the Greyhound station, you twit. Yeah, I want $1 million, but I don't want to change my life. That's like saying you're going on a diet and you don't want to lose weight. How's that make any sense? And then they tell you right up front, your chances of winning are 1 in 175 million. In fact, I heard this story. It said, you got a better chance of getting hit by lightning 200 times before you hit a lottery jackpot. Well, that got me to thinking, winning $500 million or getting hit by lightning 200 times? Those have to be on the opposite ends of the lucky scale, don't you think? Then I seen some genius somewhere. He said, "Do not win the lottery on account. It only brings you pain and misery." So he done this study, and get this, 5 years after winning $1 million or more, lottery winners are twice as likely to be filing for bankruptcy. That's true. Of course, what it don't tell you, that's an incredible ride for 5 years. Wake up, America. Yeah, I guess I'm going to let my old lady keep buying them tickets. As long as she uses her bingo money and her riverboat money and her Vegas money and her scratch-off money. I'm a Pitts American.
This Chow Panther update being brought to you by Delaware Water Company, LLC. The Delaware Water Company has patented mobile equipment to recycle used produced water for fracking and drilling operations.
Delaware Water Company of Jal, New Mexico, helping keep our drinking water clean and available by supplying water recycling services for our produced oil field water. Reducing the need for freshwater use in the oil field, Delaware Water Company helps to support our oil field business as well as our Jal Panthers and wishes all of our athletes a safe and winning season. Needing water services in the oil field? Support Delaware Water Company and help support our community. Go Panthers!
The season for the Jal Panthers comes down to players willing to put in the hard work and commitment. After all, Jal's just one game out of first place in the district. They opened up with a loss to Eunice last week, but there's still a lot of baseball to play. Coach Johnny Estrada.
We're just going to have to play the guys that are willing to step up and, willing to play the final part of this season. I have some young kids that proved themselves to play, and we've had some guys leave, so kind of finally coming together.
Coach, who are some of the players that have really stepped it up for you this season?
I've had Damian Baiza. He's been one of the cornerstones to our batting a little bit over 400. And then I've had a sophomore by the name of Adam Juarez. He stepped up to being the outfielder role.
The Panthers are back in action this week against Loving, and then a doubleheader at home against Eunice on Saturday. Game 1 at 1, Game 2 at 3 p.m.
This Jal Panther update being brought to you by Delaware Water Company. Contact them at 575-395-9970. Delaware Water Company, LLC, is a proud sponsor of Jal High School Athletics.
Spring into big winnings at Inn of the Mountain Gods and Casino Apache. Join us Saturdays and Sundays in April to play the Spring Winnings Kiosk Game. Apache Spirit Club members could win up to $30 free Spirit Play or a point multiplier of up to 12 times the points. The Spring Winnings Kiosk Game, Saturdays and Sundays in April at Inn of the Mountain Gods and Casino Apache. Must be 21 years or older. See innofthemountaingods.com or see Apache Spirit Club booth for details.
You will listen to every damn word I have to say!
Be in the Breakfast Club, powered by Carlsbad Chevrolet, and broadcasting from the Inn of the Mountain Gods studio. Text line at 877-396-W105. Powered by Amigo Machinery, your Kubota dealer. Question of the day brought to you by Lovington Auto Supply, your Napa dealer. And YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, and Facebook live video feed brought to you by Desert Sand Water Well. Online at desertsandsnm.com.
Very discreet, but
Another cat is all she wants, so obsessed and she's kind of crazy. And with furball, she's an ace. Kitty litter every place, it's kind of hazy. The cat lady, meow, 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 the cat lady.
It's National Cat Lady Day. We forgot to say that when we was going over all the different stuff. So I thought I had something special there for National Cat Lady Day. My daughter is a cat lady. We've officially named her the official cat lady. Even though she's only in her 30s, she has like 15 cats.
15?
Yeah. And
Tom's a cat lady in making. He's only got 2 so far.
Right. And those 2, I fed them last night, right? And I had something leftover chicken. And, I fed it to them, and they didn't want to eat it. They didn't want to eat the chicken. It was just chicken meat, no bone or nothing.
they wouldn't eat it.
No.
These are some spoiled cats.
Well, what did you
I've got to say that. Tom spoils these cats. I come over there to feed his cats. He's got canned Puss in Boots and Tender Victuals and there's cat toys all around. Cats eat better than you do.
Yeah. Oh, so that's what he spends his money on then. It's cat food.
Yeah, my babies. They don't want to eat it. I can't feed them no more. Shoot. But they'll eat it when they're hungry. You watch.
So anyway, catching up on the text line, Jimenez Jets Joyner.
I don't know. I didn't dare read that one.
Never mind. I thought he was just playing with the way our newsman was pronouncing, but I don't understand the text now.
Another one says today's also slap your annoying coworker day, says the texter.
That's right. Smokey had sent me that and said it was my perfect opportunity to take it out on Tom. And so we may have to do that later.
Right. And we've got updates throughout the show on B. One of the texters, how is he doing? There's better days ahead for B. We'll just say that.
Well, we didn't get much of an update last night. He took another unit of blood, but he's still obviously, anytime you have broken ribs, it's not a fast healing process. And so he's going to be feeling that for quite some time. But he also has some internal damage and some internal bleeding, which is why they keep giving him units of blood. So we're hoping they can get that taken care of. Haven't heard any word on any surgeries yet.
Have they said to you, do they know where the internal bleeding is coming from? If it's a kidney or mesentery, or
it's from a kidney, but they're not sure. I don't know that, if it was just the impact that caused the bleeding, or if it was something else internally that caused the kidney to get damaged. But his left kidney is pretty jacked up. His right kidney seems to be fine, which is the good news. But his left kidney is not no.
Yeah.
So we'll see how all that shakes out, and of course we'll keep you updated when we have an update to give you. Didn't get a lot last night, other than we did raise almost $6,000 for B. If you still want to donate, I know there's a lot of people that are going to be sending checks. Some people get paid on Friday. They're wanting to donate on Friday. Some people are bringing checks by the station if they're not going to mail them. I just texted someone the address a little while ago that's going to be mailing a check. But if you need the address, you can hit us up on the text line. I'll be happy to text that back to you. But you can also text the word Kevin, and it will actually text you back a link to the GoFundMe page, to our Venmo, and our Cash App. And you can use any of those to make a donation to B if you'd like to. And any amount is perfect. Anything will help, so he can not have to be burdened with the extra medical costs that he's having to go through because of all of this. If you're looking for a supplier that holds up under pressure, check out our new sponsor, UPNS. That's United Pump and Supply. For more than 60 years, the experts at UPNS have provided top-of-the-line chemical pumps, valves, chokes, and gauges to the oil and gas industry. They're your authorized Mercer, Superior Products, Chicago Valve, and more distributor. They also have Warren, Sharp, LMI, and TechStream. Stop by their shops in Carlsbad, newly opened, or Odessa, and let the UPNS team help you with your brands that you've come to know and trust. They can handle the pressure. United Pump and Supply, newly opened in Carlsbad. Check them out today. up-s.com. United Pump and Supply, proud sponsor of Being the Breakfast Club.
And if you're just joining, you're not up on the reasons why the donations and such are so important. He doesn't have Medicare and doesn't have insurance that covers him in the Philippines. And the medical treatment there isn't like America. We don't take care of you, make sure you're well, and then bill you. Right. No, you have to pay for your treatment up front. You've got to have the cash, or they set you out on the street.
That ain't right.
And I think B's first day, the original emergency room bill and first day in the hospital was over $5,000, wasn't it, Will?
It was. And so I don't have a running total on how much he's racked up now, but the $6,000 we raised will help take care of the first day in a little bit. So, but that was, for 3 hours yesterday, that was pretty incredible. We were able to raise that much money. And so that's a testament to our audience and a testament to the generosity of Southeast New Mexico and West Texas and the Be in the Breakfast Club listeners.
I was watching a package on, remember Jeremy Renner had that plow fall on him?
Yes.
Now, as I was looking at this, I was watching the news on it. It had similar situations that I thought that may have happened to be. Now, Jeremy Renner had broken ribs too, but the doctor in that package said it was the ribs that saved his life, because if that plow would have punctured his heart, he would have been done. So it was actually the ribs that saved his life. Now, B's got some broken ribs too, and I think what we know, that motorcycle rolled on top of him. So, again, if it would have been worse than that, it could have been worse than that for B. But I thought that was pretty interesting, that kind of the similarity between those two accidents. Texter says, Tom, your cats didn't want to eat the chicken because they were afraid of what you would expect from them after they ate the chicken.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah, that's exactly right, though, because they've seen him bring the girls over and offer him a bucket of chicken and what he expects afterwards. So they're like, "Oh hell no, I ain't no chicken from Tom." So
a chicken from Tom is like a come on. It's like somebody bringing you flowers. Only
Exactly.
he shows up with a bucket of KFC.
they're like, "No, look, we're good."
It was good chicken. And
So-
may be back to the States after this ordeal? Ask the text.
I don't know. And I was talking to somebody last night and wondering, if this was going to affect his future plans. Well, I'm sure, and there's other things going on in the world too. There's actually been rumors that China was going to take over the Philippines.
I heard that, yeah.
And if that happens, then of course he's going to come back, to stay.
Mm-hmm.
But it'll be interesting to see, what all that comes about and what actually happens with his plans moving forward. I don't think he thinks that's going to happen from when I've talked to him, but.
But that's the reason that the donations and the response from this audience and everything, the understanding of the situation and the outreach and everything.
And I think Will can explain
Thank
this text right here. Not being unsympathetic, but why does he have insurance that doesn't cover him where he lives?
There's no insurance in the Philippines, and for non-citizens, you don't have that. He had insurance when he was here in the States, but when he went there, there's no insurance, and so it doesn't work the same over there as it does here.
No,
so even if he had insurance from over here, it wouldn't apply.
Wouldn't apply, right?
And for somebody that says they've been out of town for a few days, quick recap: B had a scooter accident and took quite a bit of punishment. We was with him. She got road rash and bruised, but we is okay. Kevin took the brunt of the force of the wreck, has 6 broken ribs, some internal bleeding, a damaged kidney, plus he hit his head and tweaked his neck, and he has fused spinal column in his neck, so he damaged that. That's inflamed, so he's in intense pain, discomfort, weakness, and all the things that would go with that condition. But prognosis is good. He'll recover, but this is a very serious condition.
Right. Hey, well, I had a question on that accident.
Everybody and their dog is beating me up over my mispronunciation. I apologize. It's Techsteam, not Techstream. Apparently, I added an R in when I was reading the copy and have done it. So, Jow Patriot and whoever the other texter was, thank you guys so much for being on.
Thank you.
Letting me know. Techsteam. I apologize, not Techstream.
Yeah.
For United Pump and Supply.
So I had a question about the accident. I wasn't clear about it. When it occurred, did first responders take him home or straight to the hospital?
What first responders?
Right.
What are you thinking of? This is the Philippines.
I wondered the same thing, though, Tom. I wondered how he got from the middle of the roadway in the mountains in the Philippines to wherever he was going, because whatever his injuries, that couldn't have been fun.
Apparently, he rode the scooter back home, didn't he?
Yeah, and knowing B, he probably did. But
oh my,
I don't know. I didn't. That's one of the questions that I haven't had a chance to ask. Look, whenever I do talk to him, it is very limited. He is not only is he laid up in the hospital bed, he is highly medicated, so he's not saying a whole lot. And unfortunately, Wee doesn't say a whole lot anyway. She says, "Thank you, Wheel. Thank you, Wheel." That's about it. so she's very sweet, but she's, and she'll text back and forth, and I text her quite a bit just to check on B. But I have no clue how he actually got the initial check whenever he first went to to go get checked out, and he wasn't anywhere where he could go to an actual big hospital because he wasn't in Cebu City initially. He was, up there in Delegat, wherever in the mountains where he lives.
And the interesting thing, this has happened to me, that maybe his adrenaline was running so high that he didn't feel the pain initially until maybe he got home and then he had to go to the hospital.
I like this text. This is from Travis. I think he's taking up for us. Okay, this drives me crazy. All these people keep trying to correct every word you or any other member of the team says. Don't they have a life? I mean...
Well, I honestly took offense, but I don't think they meant it as an offense. I think they were trying to just let me know so I could correct it in the future.
It's a sponsor.
So I didn't sound like an idiot and say it wrong every time. And for whatever reason, I don't know why I read it that way, but I had, even when the person texted me, the first one did, and said it's text steam, not text stream, I had to sit there and read that text like 3 times because I still was seeing the R in there.
Right.
And I'm like, oh, there's no R. I was like,
you know, that's actually appreciative because that was a mistake he was making on a sponsor's read.
Yeah.
And we actually appreciate that. The ones that drive me crazy is if I say clip, are you confused about what portion of the firearm that I'm talking about?
No, but it's a magazine. And Jeffro said grammar Nazis out there. Look, I think they were trying to help. I do. I
really appreciate that.
I came off wrong, but I know initially my knee jerk was to be offended, but it's not. I know that's not what the way they meant it.
You know what? I'll tell you what I wanted to talk about because I know you're ready to do it, and since I've already went off on Johnny Jake break, do you think our friends at Train at New Mexico teach them to do that?
No, they teach you the exact opposite. They teach you how to drive the right way, and they teach you in an amount of time, which is pretty impressive. But the secret to their 1-week CDL is one-on-one training. That's the secret to it, is they actually give you more time behind the wheel. They actually show you and make sure that not only can you pass the driving test, but you can pass the written test. And they do that with every type of driver's license they teach you. They can teach you how to get a motorcycle license. They can teach you quite a few things with Train at New Mexico. Find out about their classes today. You can go online and get all the info about the classes they do at trainitnm.com, trainitnm.com, or give Curtis a call at 575-840-9555. 575-840-9555. Train at New Mexico. If you're looking for your CDL, they are your place. They're based in Roswell. And don't forget to mention you heard it on Being the Breakfast Club. Get $100 off your class with Train at New Mexico for your CDL. So talk to them about that today. 575-840-9555. Train at New Mexico, trainitnm.com, proud sponsor of This Day in History.
Well, it was 148 years ago, 1775, the Revolutionary War began with the Battle of Lexington and Concord on this date. And to say the Boston Marathon has been around for a while, the first running the Boston Marathon was on April the 19th, 1897. It's the oldest marathon in the United States. And The Simpsons, this is one of those going to make you feel old. The Simpsons premiered 36 years ago and was actually originally a little cartoon short on the Tracy Ullman show. You remember Tracy Ullman? Yeah, and it turned out to be way bigger than her show. And then also on this date in history today is alcohol. April is, of course, Alcohol Awareness Month. Do you ever use it? Well, you don't drink at all.
No.
But I used to try to use a beer or something like that to make me sleepy, but then, it's counterproductive because then I had to wake up and go to the bathroom then. Well, sleep experts say that alcohol will help you nod off, but once you've metabolized it, and your sleep actually suffers. So my advice is that's why you keep a bottle of booze by the bed. So also, April the 19th, today is Independence Declaration Day in Venezuela. And the socialist country of Venezuela will be celebrating it today by barbecuing their pets. And happy birthday finally on the board, Ashley Judd, who is 55 years old. And if you want to send her a gift, she could use a straitjacket. So there you go.
And also her mama didn't leave her anything in the will.
Nothing.
I think she was doing okay, though, Tom. Yeah. I think she probably had enough money on her own.
Ashley from her movies can probably buy and sell mother and sister, to tell you the truth. So there you go. That's This Day in History, and it's brought to you by Train at New Mexico, where they teach you not to use your Jake brake at 10 miles an hour in town.
There you go. So, all right, we got to do our Pledge of Allegiance national anthem coming up, too. So we'll do that here in just a second. Quickly to the text line, Tom. Hey, let's do it. Wrap it up real quick.
All right. So, Tom or Will, can you send me the address to mail a donation to Kevin, please? And many prayers for him. Here's the address, okay?
Already did.
Yeah.
Already
Okay, you already texted it. Okay.
But it is 717 South Country Club, Lovington, New Mexico, 88260. But I already went ahead and texted it to him. And if you need it, you missed it, I'll be happy to text it to you, too.
And this West from the Patch, I mentioned the adrenaline rush, and he says, I know that adrenaline rush. I got run over by a 110-ton crane, shattered every bone in my foot. I've had 7 surgeries, but the initial rush, I was able to stand up and make it to the truck in 45 minutes from location to the hospital. It's just amazing. West from the Patch.
And I honestly, I don't know if anybody was there to help him. Other than I don't know how bad the bike was initially. I don't know a lot of details about what exactly, how he actually got to where he needed to go. No, but knowing B, he probably just righted the bike and managed to ride it there, or, but he was it's not a huge island.
No.
So he's not like far away from
house,
from everything. Well, he was decent, but he was about as far away as you get from the house when you're in this area of the Philippines.
And knowing B, I mean, I've seen him deal with pain better than almost anybody I've ever seen. And knowing B, he probably jumped on the scooter if it was rideable.
I think so.
And
right.
Rode it back to the house, because he made the statement that he had went to the house and originally didn't think about, he's going to go to the hospital, and then it got worse, and he ended up having to go to the emergency room, so he had to get back home some way.
Well, apparently, like the broken ribs didn't show up in the X-ray. They didn't know the extent of the damage until they had the CT scan. Someone said, what caused the accident? It was a bag of busted dry cement. So the cement was spread like powdered all over the roadway, and he lost traction as he's coming around a corner and wiped out. So someone said, please give a shout out to the guys picking up trash on Highway 285 between Loving and Carlsbad. Thank you. There you go, guys. Thank you for doing what you're doing. And want to give a shout out real quick before we get to our national anthem Pledge of Allegiance to our buddies over at Roadrunner Grill. They're serving breakfast right now. In fact, they serve breakfast all day. So if you're one of those that really wants breakfast for lunch or dinner, they'll do it for you at Roadrunner Grill. So make sure and ask them too about their coffee club. You can join for only $1. They do some great lunches. They've got chicken fried steak, hamburgers, great Mexican cuisine too, a Mexican and American cuisine. Also seafood. That's another thing they do. They even have alligator at Roadrunner Grill. You can find out about all of their daily specials. A lot of times they'll have certain specials, and they'll do periodically on Fridays, they'll do a seafood buffet in the evening, which is out of this world. So if you get a second, check them out. Roadrunner Grill inside the Best Western Pecos Inn. It's not just a hotel restaurant. It's actually open to the public. So go in and check them out. They do great lunches to go for the patch. They have daily specials. You could actually get catering for your entire office if you'd like. And they do parties and catering wherever you need it. You just ask them, and they'll come to you. And for orders over $20, they'll even deliver it just for your lunch. Give them a call today, 575-748-3324, 575-748-3324, Roadrunner Grill inside the Best Western Pecos Inn in Artesia. So make sure and go by and tell them you heard it on Being the Breakfast Club. National Anthem and Pledge coming up next. Again, we'll just wrap up the text one more time.
Well, we've got a phone call if you want to go to the phone call real quick. You're on Being the Breakfast Club. Good morning.
Good morning, Russ. Hey, I was wondering if you guys, I do this every year for my grandkids, if you guys would give a shout out and maybe sing a little, Tom always sings a little happy birthday song, to Katie from Bridget.
Katie.
She's 10 years old today.
Aww.
And Katie wants to hear happy birthday.
Right.
So happy birthday to Katie.
Could you sing the real birthday song, Tom? Like the real one?
Katie. And it is from who this morning?
From Bridget.
Bridget.
That's what they call me.
Okay, Bridget. Here we go, Bridget. All right. Let me clear my voice.
Okay.
I wanted to sing it good. All right. From Bridget this morning to Katie, who turns 10 years old today. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Katie, from Bridgend.
To you. From W105 and being the Breakfast Club.
Wait a minute, they didn't ask you to sing it.
Thank you. You guys have a good day.
You asked for it. That's all I can say.
Happy birthday to Katie.
National Anthem and Pledge brought to you by
Rebecca Long, your farmer's insurance agent. When it comes to protecting your home, auto, boat, RTV, RV, she can take care of all of it. Life insurance, you can call Rebecca Long. She started her business at the age of 19, and she's still helping people 40 years later. She's still helping everybody. She helped us immensely at the radio station getting our insurance coverage. Stop by 226 West Vega and Hobbs, or give her a call, 393-2661. 575-393-2661. Rebecca Long, your farmer's insurance agent. She can customize and bundle your coverage options. Talk to farmer's agent Rebecca Long today, and she will get you the coverage that's just right for you, whether it be home, commercial, regardless of the situation. Rebecca can get you taken care of and covered so that you don't have to worry about what the worst that could possibly happen, because you'll be covered with the great insurance with Rebecca Long. And Farmers, 575-393-2661. Farmers Insurance Agent Rebecca Long, proud sponsor of the National Anthem and Pledge of Allegiance on Be in the Breakfast Club.
Good morning. My name is Jack Zeeble. Time for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
God bless America and your Lord's Prayer. Brought to you by Judah Oil. They want to remind you and everyone, remain positive at these times. Always keep your family first and focus on the things that you have control over, and know that God is always in control. And now your Lord's Prayer.
From Amos 5, but let justice roll on like a river, righteousness like a never-failing stream.
Hello, I'm here with my wife Dixie, and I'm Blaze Campanella with Judah Oil. We pray that as you go through your day, that you will see all the blessings you've been given. God said that He will prosper you and not harm you. See, in a world that is lost, God is there. Yes, in the most empty place, your most fearful circumstance, God is there. He will never leave you. Never forget, Jesus loves you. He really, really does. Please take a moment and pray the Lord's Prayer with us. God bless you. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. And being the Breakfast Club, we still got so much coming up. We still got to get to the tweet of the day, good news of the day, the boob of the day. And I didn't even get a chance to talk about what swimsuits we should wear. And now we got stupid criminals coming up too. So we still got a lot of being the Breakfast Club to go.
We do have quite a bit. We got to check in with news, too, and get people qualified for the cash. We're going to do that coming up. Of course, Pop's Power Washing, our sponsor this week. Big thank you to them for making it possible to win cash. And I want to remind you, too, that we're going to be out and about tomorrow, actually. Join Curtis McKinney from Cranked Up Country Nights and myself. We're going to be out Thursday evening from 4 to 7 at Cloud 9 in Carlsbad, 516 South Canal. Cloud 9 will be celebrating their grand opening on 4/20 and offering 15% off your entire purchase all day. Plus, they're going to have free food. They're going to have hamburgers, hot dogs, snow cones, ice cream, and more. Cloud9 will also have a beauty barn with face waxing, tooth gems, and ear seed acupuncture, and a lot more. Plus, I'm going to have some giveaways, W105 hats and shirts while they last, and some other giveaways, some other goodies. Don't miss the grand opening of Cloud9. It's going on all day tomorrow, Thursday, April 20th, and you can find them at 516 South Canal in Carlsbad. We're going to be out there from 4 to 7 p.m. with W105, myself, and Curtis McKinney, so make sure and come out and say hi while we are broadcasting. We'd love to see you out there. We're going to do our boob of the day coming up here in just a little bit, but want to do a newscast being brought to you by our buddies at the Ragsdale Law Firm. If you're looking for the leading accident lawyer in New Mexico, we've been involved in an oil field accident, call Luke. Luke Ragsdale, 600 North Pennsylvania in Roswell. They will be glad to help you out if you're looking to get your record expunged because you've had a felony, you want to get your rights back. They can do that for you. They do all kinds of settlements and they've gotten some huge verdicts and settlements, $10 million oil field wrongful death, $9 million medical malpractice, you name it, they've handled it, and they can handle it for you too. Luke or Taryn, give them a call today, 575-208-5300, 208-5300, the Ragsdale Law Firm, online at ragsdalelawfirm.com, 600 North Pennsylvania, proud sponsor of news on Being the Breakfast Club.
Pop's Power Washing in Lovington presents the W105 Cash Blowout.
Call now.
Call 877-396-W105 now. Be one of the first 5 people to call in for your chance to win $105. The W105 Cash Blowout.
I want my money.
And I want it now.
Call in now to win.
Fox News, I'm CJ Papa. Tesla cutting prices again on its electric vehicles.
The nearly 5% cut for the most popular Model 3 EV pushes the starting price to less than $40,000, while prices for the Model Y SUVs are dropping more than 5%.
Fox's Corman Roberts, Tesla founder, and Twitter CEO Elon Musk discussing the future of artificial intelligence.
It's very likely that people will use the AI as a tool in elections.
Musk on Fox's Tucker Carlson tonight adds he will launch his own AI platform. 4 shot dead at a residence in rural Maine about 30 miles northeast of Portland. The motorist hit by gunfire Tuesday on I-295. Cops arresting Joseph Eaton, charging him with murder. Second ever hearing in 50 years on UFOs today in the Senate before the Armed Services Committee. America is listening to Fox News.
Honey, what are you doing? It's 4 a.m.
Well, I'm making a big breakfast for you and the kids. We got to get going this morning. It's a long drive to Midland Airport.
I booked our flights out of our airport here in Hobbs. It's in town, not in Texas.
Well, you want some toast?
Is that strawberry?
Organic boysenberry.
I'm going back to bed.
Love you.
Flying in and out of Hobbs gives you more time and less stress. So when it's time to fly, you gotta fly Hobbs.
Reading Under the Lights is happening Saturday, April 29th at Hobbs High School's Watson Memorial Stadium. There'll be free food, books, and other fun activities for the kids to enjoy. Bring out the whole family. Reading stations featuring Hobbs Fire, Police, Lee County Sheriffs, and NMJC basketball from 5 to 6 p.m. Then from 6 to 7, reading and special guest speaker, 2017 Super Bowl champion and children's book author Malcolm Mitchell, and book signing with an autograph session from 7 to 8. Come out and support the first ever Reading Under the Lights, Saturday, April 29th at Hobbs High School's Watson Memorial Stadium at 5 p.m. Brought to you by the United Way of Lee County, Hobbs Municipal Schools, and the J.F. Maddox Foundation.
This is Daniel Vells, General Manager, Carlsbad Chevrolet, asking you to push it, pull it, and drag those old cars from your driveway. Heck, the old cars you left in Mom or Grandma's driveway. If you have a title, they can be worth $3,000 on this program. We've dragged in a scrap bin to the front of our lot to send those suckers right to the boneyard. This program was made for people like you and me, and I'm going to help you take advantage. Right here at Carlsbad Chevrolet, 2155 South Canal Street in Carlsbad. Also, like us on Facebook for service and parts specials throughout the month.
Hat Creek Cafe is a brand new smoke lounge open now at 325 South Canyon in Carlsbad. People can purchase single-serve smoke, special adult beverages, and snacks from brownies to popcorn. Hat Creek Cafe has pool tables, darts, video games, and lots of different spaces to vibe. Plus, you can make your purchases on site. Hat Creek Cafe is for those 21 and over and open Monday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m., Friday and Saturday, 10 to 10. Hat Creek Cafe, now open at 325 South Canyon in Carlsbad.
Sutherland's of Carlsbad is here for all your home improvement and DIY projects. Visit Sutherland's.com for how-to tips and guides. Skip the hassle. Buy online and pick up in-store for free at 2101 South Canal in Carlsbad. From hardware, lumber, cabinets, and plywood to fencing, power tools, and furniture, Sutherland's has what you need for the job, plus great financing options. Sutherland's, helping Americans build it better since 1917.
IAT Electric is hiring experienced electricians in the areas of Hobbs, Lovington, Carlsbad, and Roswell. IAT Electric pays top wages based on experience, offers a company vehicle with fuel paid to and from work, and will help you obtain a New Mexico journeyman license if needed. Call IAT Electric today at 575-361-2046 to apply, or visit their office location at 9 El Lobo Road in Loving, New Mexico. IAT Electric is a drug-free and equal opportunity employer.
Get ready for the grand opening celebration at your new local Planet Fitness gym in Carlsbad. Wednesday, April 26th from 4 to 6 p.m. Step into the judgment-free zone. Meet their friendly staff and check out their clean and spacious environment. Enter to win a free TV or a 1-year Black Card membership. Get Planet Fitness swag, free food, and so much more. Get your membership today for as low as $10 a month, or see their special new membership promotional offers on April 26th from 4 to 6 p.m. at Planet Fitness, 2515 West Pierce in Carlsbad.
Tired of typical car dealerships? Markups, addendums, complications, bad service? Discover for yourself why people take the drive to Sierra Blanca Motors in Reynoso to make their next vehicle purchase. No MSRP markups, no addendums, just respect for you and your valuable time. New or used truck, SUV, 4x4, or luxury vehicle, they've got the inventory and expertise to help you. Browse their inventory of Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, and Ram at SierraBlancaMotors.com. Sierra Blanca Motors. They make it simple with no addendums or markups.
The global demand for oil and natural gas is growing, and leaders are looking to American producers to satisfy that demand with the abundant resources available in our country. If you're passionate about keeping energy affordable for your neighbor and reliable for everyone, then it's time you consider a career in oil and natural gas. Coterra Energy is expanding their Permian team and is offering an unmatched employee benefits package. If you're interested in applying, text Coterra to 71441. That's COTERRA to 71441. Coterra Energy is an equal opportunity employer.
Now open to the public.
Space Jump.
Space Jump is a state-of-the-art indoor trampoline park in Hobbs, New Mexico, offering a zip line, ninja obstacle course, dodgeball, basketball, climbing wall, jousting, and a large open jump area, 3 party rooms, and a full cafe. Space Jump offers something for every age, with glow-in-the-dark jump times on the weekends for teens and toddler jump times during the weekdays. Open now to the public.
Space Jump.
Experience high-octane fun and unforgettable memories at Space Jump. 3314 North Grimes and Hobbs. Visit SpaceJumpUSA.com for more info.
In hometowns such as ours, we depend on our local grocery store to provide for our family, to always have the highest quality products available, to have the freshest and most nutritious produce and the hand-selected and cut meats butchered fresh daily, to have the dairy case always full of the variety to meet your family's needs, and to do this, always guaranteeing fair pricing and everyday value. And for 50 years, we depended on Bob's Ritchway for all of this, and they know we depend on them for the next 50 years. Bob's Ritchway, where your grocery dollar will always go farther.
Southeast New Mexico weather.
The weather forecast for southeast New Mexico along the 285 corridor today. Temperatures from about 89 degrees in Roswell into the upper 80s, almost 90 in Carlsbad, Artesia, and 86 degrees at our radio studios in Lovington. Temperatures will drop on Thursday to 79 degrees in our radio studios, 84 degrees for Carlsbad and Artesia. For W105 FM, I'm meteorologist Ron Roberts.
Your country plays on W105 and the Breakfast Club in the morning. W105.
That the only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Be in the Breakfast Club, powered by Carlsbad Chevrolet, and broadcasting from the Inn of the Mountain God studio. Text line at 877-396-W105.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
No, it's just your morning show. Be in the Breakfast Club. Tom A. Reese, Will Rooney, Kevin Bonner on standby. And latest update, Will, have you heard anything on B in the latest updates?
No, nothing new other than he got an extra unit of blood, but he's still in the hospital in Cebu City and still needing some assistance monetarily if we're able to help out. Any donations can be made. You can text the word Kevin to 877-396-W105. Get a link to the GoFundMe and to the Venmo and Cash App. We had somebody else I just saw a little while ago that my Cash App balance went up again. So somebody had donated. I was going to check on that here in just a second. So, because I've every once in a while I'll see some money pop in. So, oh wow, thank you, Naomi, very much. We appreciate that. So Naomi donated to us. So it looks like $100 from Naomi. So thank you so much. We appreciate that. And of course, if you want to donate, you're more than welcome. GoFundMe is available. You can text the word Kevin, or you can go to our Facebook page and find the link for Kevin's GoFundMe.
And our text lines are open, 877-396-9105, 877-396-W105. The question of the day, still taking that. If you had a superpower, what would it be and how would you use it? Text lines 877-396-W105.
All right, Travis in Roswell is saying, growing up, I always heard saying a scolded dog. I never knew what it was until it sounded like the first time I heard Tom singing.
Scalded dog.
A scalded dog.
A scalded dog. So.
Right. Another texter saying, hey, Tom, I know it sucks. This is Francisco, by the way. And Kevin is gone, but I was wondering if we could hear a new Marky and Porky story.
No.
In honor of Tom, in honor of B.
Morky died, and we found out that Porky had transitioned into a poodle, and and that's the end of the story. That's how that wraps up.
Yeah, sorry.
No Morky and Porky, guys?
No, absolutely not.
But I got a good one.
You got a good one. So you really want to hear Tom make up a story on the fly and be extra stupid.
Of course. That's what radio is, man.
Theater. Maybe in your mind.
Theater of the mind. By the way. I got a story.
When it's the Twilight Zone, I'm not okay with the theater of your mind.
Right.
Okay. I actually have something important.
What is it?
Don't buy blue swimsuits.
Oh, yeah. Tell the story.
A mother from Sand Hill, Florida has gone viral after warning viewers of the color of a child's bathing suit. She's also a life-saving professional and lifeguard. She explains that because children especially are small, and because of most backgrounds of pools and the fact that water has a blue hue to it anyway, if you dress your child in a swimsuit that is blue, it gives off a hue in the water. And the lifeguard jumping from the air into the water, trying to open his eyes and find your child, that blue hue of the bathing suit can make that child blend in with the pool and make it very hard for the lifeguard to locate your child. So now many experts are jumping on the bandwagon to warn against blue swimsuits, especially lighter colored baby blue swimsuits that you notice are the same color as the liner of the pool. So that's kind of should be almost a common sense idea, but now the suggestion to not dress your child in blue is making national news. So apparently this isn't something that had jumped out to everyone else.
I would have never thought about it, honestly. I mean, when I'm going out to grab a bathing suit for the kiddo, I'm just gonna grab whatever fits.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even thought about what color, especially a blue, whether or not I should get him a blue one or not.
So there you go.
My kids can swim, so
They're actually suggesting the blaze orange or like that very popular blaze yellow right now. So,
okay.
I thought I'd throw that in. You know me, I'm worried about, the kids and the animals and stuff all the time. Also, we still got stupid criminals to get to, the boob of the day. And you know what we missed? We should have done earlier. I think Will found a cool tweet of the day.
I did, and we got to do that. And I have to say sorry to Jamal because I completely blew by yesterday and didn't do the tweet of the day yesterday at all. And so I can't say sorry to Jamal enough at Hobbs Airfield Speedway, but thank you, buddy, for being understanding. He was very, very gracious, and he's like, I know you guys are busy with B. I'm not worried about it, but I was like, dang, dude, because I just completely didn't even do your spot yesterday. But they've got their TNT Grudge Race going on Friday, April 21st. Gates open at 6 p.m. Races at 7, going 7 to midnight. Spectators just $15. Tech cards are $30. The prep track quarter mile. Kids 12 and under are free. They do cash and card over at Hobbs Airfield Speedway. And don't forget, coming up on May 12th and 13th, Olympi's coming back. Yep, you got to go check out. They have Small Tire Street, True Street, Daily Driver. They have all kinds of events still going on. No Prep, May 12th and May 13th. So May 12th is going to be the TNT. May 13th, the back half race. Check that out at Hobbs Airfield Speedway. Of course, 533 North A Street in Hobbs, proud sponsor of the tweet of the day.
Well, this one will make you think. Every American has a responsibility to protect and defend our Constitution. We don't support men and women in government. We uphold our founding principles. Some try and pretend that those of us who are allegiant to the principles that founded this country are weird for not being progressive, liberal-minded, unprincipled douchebags. But our founding fathers did not have an allegiance to the government. They had an allegiance to the founding principles that produced a government of the people for the people. Disagreeing with things our government does not make you unpatriotic. Betraying the ideals that were clearly stated in the Declaration of Independence is unpatriotic. Never forget this. Our Bill of Rights is in place to protect us from our government. That's your tweet of the day.
That's from @TerraTalk. That's Tara Price with the tweet of the day today. She's a podcaster and conservative commentator, so you can check her out. And she's a looker on top of everything else. Tara Price on Twitter is where we got the tweet of the day today. Brought to you by our buddies at Hobbs Airfield Speedway. Big thank you to Jamal and the guys and gals over at Hobbs Airfield Speedway for sponsoring the tweet of the day.
The latest on the parking garage collapse, New York City parking garage collapse, had 4 active violations that actually caused the pancaking of the structure. That were at there was over 40 people injured and 1 killed, and now it's basically saying it's wasn't even supposed to be an operating traffic garage, that it had enough violations against it that it was supposed to be closed. And anyway, they're saying hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of damage, 1 dead person, and
well, they're lucky it was only 1. I mean, it
could have been so much worse.
Yeah, it's horrific than anybody. But when you think about a parking garage collapsing and pancaking, vehicles, then just 1 life lost. They were extremely fortunate. That was it.
Mm-hmm. Hey, close to home, guys. Here, the family of one of the golfers on the University of Southwest golf team in Hobbs last year. Remember, the pickup truck, another pickup truck hit them head on. 7 people died, including the coach and the driver and his son in that pickup truck. Anyway, a lawsuit has been filed on behalf of one of the families, saying they question the policies of the university. They said they should have had They should have instead not driven at night. That wreck happened at 8:30 on that particular day, and they said they should have instead stayed and rented a motel room and not have driven late at night.
Wow, really, guys? I mean, okay, look, it's tragic. I hate that anybody lost their life. It was a tragic accident.
Mm-hmm.
But how many people come back it was just that. It was an accident. I mean, our kids drive back in the evening all the time in buses, from different locations. And granted, it is a college, and so maybe, with a little bit more money at their disposal, it's not as big a deal for them to stay overnight, but it wasn't like they were super far away from home. This was in Andrews when it happened,
yes,
right?
Andrews County. You're right.
Yeah. So, I mean, why would they stay the night instead of just driving home when they're that close?
Well, the other part of that lawsuit said that they shouldn't have been driving on that single lane road. Now, that particular
Tower
highway,
Road. I mean, I've driven that road many times, and I've driven there at night too. And there are issues there for sure.
There are issues. Other families are expected to follow suit. So we may be hearing some more on that coming up.
Look, I hate that, but you lost your family. What's money going to do at this point?
Mm-hmm.
Is it going to bring anybody back? Do you think that the college is not regretful as much as anybody?
Yes.
I mean, so now you're going to punish them even more. The whole thing. I hate that we're so sue happy these days.
Ticked you want to get really ticked off? I get dirty here. You know what a Cleveland steamer is? We could almost call this story a congressional steamer because it steams me up. Do you remember the name Sam Brinton?
Sounds familiar.
It's a little transsexual, non-binary Biden official that stole all the luggage.
Oh, the nuclear, the dude with the nuclear codes or whatever it was.
You want to know where your tax dollars are going? He's still being paid his hefty six-figure government salary while facing felony charges for stealing airport luggage. Former senior Department of Energy official for the DOE has never been fired. He's only been placed on leave. Now, Burton administration left after charges of him stealing over $2,300 worth of luggage from a luggage carousel in Minneapolis airport. But apparently, by being placed on leave awaiting these charges, he's still making his salary of $178,000 a year.
Wow.
If you've ever seen this guy, I mean, he's okay. He still has facial hair. He wears lipstick with his facial hair and has a bald head.
Wears ladies' dresses.
Oh, yeah. Well, and stolen ladies' dresses. Not just any ladies' dresses. He steals people's luggage and then wears the dresses he finds. In fact, he found, apparently, this one poor designer. She came out and was like, "That's my dress." And he had stolen her luggage and was wearing her original designs. And there's no doubt this is her original design dress. He's wearing it wrong. He's wearing it backwards, actually. But he's wearing her dress.
Well, he also escaped jail time on a similar theft in Las Vegas last July. And they overlooked it before this one. So this was his second time around. He paid $3,670 to a victim and a $500 additional court fee on a criminal fine in Las Vegas just last July. So this guy's up on his second set of charges.
So how does someone like this become a nuclear engineer? And on top of that, served as the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Spent Fuel and Waste Disposition. Was what the title was.
He's actually not a nuclear engineer. If you check his Wikipedia page and everything, his major in college was like humanitarian studies.
That's where I'm looking at. It says he's an American nuclear engineer and
okay.
LGBTQ activist. Who knows if that's right or not? It's online, so it's got to be true, right?
Right. It's got to be true. It's on Wikipedia. It's got to be a fact. My goodness. Oh, my goodness. Anyway, we're paying his salary while he's awaiting his charges.
And that is a fact, and it's a sad fact for sure.
And the Duke University professor, now calling for $14 trillion in reparation program for black Americans to pay each one of them $350,000 a year. William Darity says it would expand the American budget an extra $14 trillion a year to make things right for reparations. Okay.
So one of the texters, going back to the University of Southwest story, they said, I understand it's tragic, but you can't control a drunk driver. That could have happened at any time of the day or night. My opinion is that suit is BS. Look, I'm with you. So I hate the fact.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of roads and the lease roads in the patch, they're really bad. Haven't seen them like this in a while. Pipeline, Buck Jackson, state line roads. Is Bureau of Land Management over that? I'm honestly, I don't think so. I don't think they have any purview over the actual roads, and even if it is state land, I think that's the state road department.
Yep.
And I got a little news feed from the White House news, according to the National Enquirer, which, is a trusted source. They say President Biden is suffering from dementia. And they also go on to tell you how bad it is. His new Secret Service code name is Dianne Feinstein.
Oh, Russ.
Oh, wow. So Ken in Denver City says that apparently the Abilene station's walking on us pretty bad today. So Ken, I'm going to text you the links, but you can actually text simply the word listen. Text the word listen, and it'll give you links to our mobile apps, and you can actually listen to us online. It's nice and crystal clear on the website, and actually our streaming and our app doesn't use hardly any data, and so it's very, very low data. So you're not having to worry, even if you have to pay for your data, like you don't have unlimited. It's actually not going to eat up a lot of your data if you're just streaming us on the app, because it doesn't take up that much. So you can feel free to check that out. Just text the word listen to 877-396-W105.
Oh, a couple of news stories, and this one is going. All Southwest airline flights were grounded yesterday morning.
I saw that, yeah.
And apparently, to work it out, they upgraded passengers to Greyhound. So that worked out. But this is a real one. Disney supporting the woke agenda. Now there is a rumor that they are going to make, I guess, like, what would this be? The 17th, 18th version of Cinderella?
Something like that.
There are plans in the work to make a woke Cinderella, where Cinderella is a boy that puts on the magic slippers and turns into the girl he always wanted to be.
Dear God.
Guess who they're planning? Guess who they're talking about being the star of it?
Dylan Mulvaney.
There you go.
Dylan.
Now, can you imagine that? Disney wants to take Cinderella, turn it into a story where the guy turns trans and then becomes the princess, and I guess the prince falls in love with her.
That's okay. It's making me sick. Just stop. No, for real, because they're just going to keep pushing this on kids.
Yes,
look,
you're right.
If you want to do an adult story, do an adult story. But if you're going to push this on kids and take a children's fairy tale and make it about trans BS, then I have a serious problem with that. Not only that, but I mean, God, Disney's making my head hurt. So they also apparently, as kind of a FU to our buddy Ron DeSantis, they decided that they're going to do this big LGBTQ Disney night at the Disneyland Park in Florida, the Disney World. So so they've got a big LGBTQ night planned, and they did it on the heels of all the Ron DeSantis controversy with him, of course, going after Disney because they've had all these state subsidies and all these different things for a long time, all these tax breaks that they've been able to take advantage of. And he basically put an end to a lot of it because, like, look, if you're going to be woke and you're going to push these agenda on our kids and continue to do this, then I'm not going to allow you to take advantage of these state breaks. So sorry.
Hey guys, this is Digger Bill. He explains on the lease roads. He said the oil companies are responsible for lease road maintenance. Our company and others are on it. That according to Digger this morning. So now we got the answer. Thank you very much there.
And an update on Bill. How much on B? How much are we up to now? You got a round total?
Roughly. I mean, we're still right around the $6,000 mark. We did get a couple. I think we've. And there again, I don't have all the money that people pledged. Once we have that, it looks like we did get some more money. Looks like Gilbert donated some. Jennifer donated some. Thank you both of y'all this morning on Cash App. So we appreciate that, you guys, for being very generous. And last time I checked, we were at, I think it was $2,800 on GoFundMe. So they, all together it's over $6,000. But and then with all the pledges, we'll see what the grand total would be. But you're free of course to donate any amount, any denomination at GoFundMe. You can go to our Facebook page and get the link to that, or you can text the word Kevin and we'll get you a link back to the GoFundMe link and all, as well as the Cash App and the Venmo. Those are my personal Cash App and Venmo, but I'm getting that money directly to Kevin's daughter so he can put it so she can put it in his account.
And Russ, here you go. I'm pledging my money right here with you. Cash money.
Oh, looky here, Tom. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll just put this in Kevin's Will's office. But Tom A. Reese donates $100, a brand new, nice, crisp Franklin to Tom.
If I didn't see it on the camera myself, I wouldn't believe it.
There you go. I'm gonna put this over here, and I'll put that on Will's desk. And thank you, sir. And you beat me. And since you gave 100, I'll go ahead and up mine. We'll change mine from 50 to 100 because I'm not going to let Tom beat me.
You got it.
Well, he's done so much for each one of us, and particularly me. We've been pals since almost 20 years, and he's got me out of some tight spots before. So, yeah, this is for him.
Well, just every other day.
Not every other day.
If nothing,
every other day.
If nothing else, I feel in debt because when he came in and was the manager, he actually kept me. So,
well, I would have kept you too.
Well, thank you.
Someone said make sure it's not a fake 100. Yeah, check to see if it's
counterfeit. I get my pen out here later. Feels right. Speaking of money. There is one story that I have to actually kind of giggle at him. If you notice which story is amazingly missing from Fox News, Will? Their settlement with Dominion.
Oh, yeah. Well, of course it is. CNN's covering it, though.
It's just kind of funny. Fox is the most fair and balanced news. But they ended up losing their lawsuit to Dominion, who had sued them for over $1.6 billion.
Well, they didn't lose. They settled.
They settled
the lawsuit for and it was less than what Dominion. It was half as much as what Dominion was asking for. So even CNN was saying for Fox News, it was kind of a win because they settled for less than Dominion was going for, but that they didn't want their dirty laundry aired in front of everybody, and they didn't want to have their hosts paraded in front of a bunch of trials. But say what you want, but there's still some huge questions, and then we've had several guests on that had some different things to talk about the possibilities of some of the things that are going on with these, but they're making it out like everything Fox said was 100% wrong, and that's not necessarily the case. And the fact that they settled makes them look that much guiltier.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, it was whether they could prove the conjecture or not. And Dominion accused Fox of lying about the voting machines. Well, considering that person in Nashville just, out of the blue, the guy that almost had no background anybody had heard of, and he blew himself up in the streets of Nashville and just happened to manage to kill only himself and all the Dominion tabulating machines that would have been the evidence to prove the cheating. And since those tabulation machines weren't available anymore because they was miraculously blown up, it's really kind of hard for Fox to defend herself on their claims.
Well, and there's lots of little things like that are nice little coincidences, or court, judges who blocked certain things so that we couldn't find out. There's been a lot of roadblocks in the way of all of this that leads me to believe that someone's hiding something. Now, do I know what it is? Absolutely not.
And go ahead. I'm sorry.
If you've got nothing to prove, then you just open everything up and say, "Here you go."
And, of course, anybody with any military blast training or explosive training is not supposed to notice at all that the bomb that went off in Nashville was an exact duplicate copy, miniaturized, of the bomb that went off in Oklahoma City that the government's been, studying for now more than a decade on how it worked and how it functioned. And this bomb was just absolutely made almost identical to that. Nobody's supposed to notice that. Okay? Just forget about that.
It killed a lot of people, including a lot of daycare kids.
Yeah, Oklahoma City, except the one in Nashville, managed to just kill this one guy that's body's never been recovered, a bunch of Dominion voting machines, and perfectly not hurt anybody else but rattle a few windows down the road. I mean, perfectly set tunnel, what's called a cannon blast exploded.
Mm-hmm.
It was remarkable.
So here comes the 105 spin. This is from one of our liberals. Look, we're just asking questions. We can't do that. Someone says what? So it was a fertilizer bomb?
Yes.
And someone says, is he also going to say that was part of the money he already owes B, Eddie asked? Talking about
right, $100.
It is not.
Tracy reviewed us, giving us props. He says, way to go, Will, Tom, and Russ. I know B really appreciates everything y'all are doing for him.
Oh, we're family, man. Julian says, good morning, y'all. And Tom gave $100, but we'll be asking for an $80 loan really soon, says.
Well, he's going to need to pay for those buffets somehow.
So, right. And another texter saying, I like Jack Nicholson said, you can't handle the truth. And that's the problem. The world can't handle the truth about the elections and how they were planned, about the pandemic and how it was planned, how the COVID has killed over 7 million people worldwide. And it was planned just to get rid of Trump.
Look, if you look at all of the different things, I mean, even the stuff that the what magazine was it? Time magazine. All the things that they admitted, they came out and they were bragging about the fact that they were able to have this cabal-like partnership between the mainstream media and politicians and this and that, and making sure that all of this information, big tech, Twitter, got complete. And then now all this information came out thanks to Elon Musk about Twitter and the FBI, and how the FBI was giving Twitter millions of dollars to not only give them information on different people, on different parties and different people who are tweeting and were members, but also to keep certain things out of the public eye, including the Hunter Biden laptop story, including a lot of different things that were detrimental to the Democrat Party. Very one-sided, and all of this stuff has come out, and it's proof. It's been in multiple congressional hearings with undeniable proof, people having to confirm that this money changed hands, that the FBI did this, that the DOJ did this, and that Twitter was complicit. And that they were just, and there again, this is just Twitter. This doesn't count Facebook. This isn't all of the other social medias and all of the other mainstream medias that were conspiring to bury some of these stories and keep it from the American voter before the election. for the express purpose of making sure that voters before the election didn't see any of this. Someone says Chinese population control via COVID-19. But we got to get to our boob of the day coming up, guys. You guys ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, boob of the day being brought to you by our friends at Desert Functional Medicine and Aesthetics. 3 medical professionals on staff with almost 70 years experience. They offer functional medicine like natural supplements, stem cell therapy, ozone therapy, and hormone optimization. Desert Functional Medicine believes in treating the root cause of the problem, not just numbing the symptoms. Desert Functional Medicine and Aesthetics, 3900 North Lovington Highway, Suite 550 in Hobbs. Ask about their cryotherapy. They do a lot more than that. They're cool blood tests they do. They call it their weather report. Well, they check everything in your blood and give you a full rundown of everything that could be a possible problem for you in the future, and then give you a bunch of different options on how to address those. Desert Functional Medicine and Aesthetics, again, 3900 North Lovington Highway, Suite 550 in Hobbs. Proud sponsor of the Boob of the Day.
You know, I'm going to ask the question, whatever happened to playing hooky the old-fashioned way?
Yeah.
21-year-old woman in New York named Jaylyn Mota, probably, recently has been hired by Buffalo Wild Wings. She didn't want to go to work last week, so she hatched a really dumb plan. She sent a text message to random people claiming that someone was going to shoot up the Buffalo Wild Wings location. She said it would be a massacre and lots of people were going down. She knew people would believe her and warn the restaurant because, unfortunately, this kind of thing happens all the time in America. But she should have known that they'd also call the police, who could easily trace the messages back to her. So she definitely got the day off from work. Matter of fact, she's going to get several because Jaylyn was arrested and is looking at 5 years in prison on the charges of a false claim of a active shooter, which is, by the way, a felony in that state. So there you go, Jaylyn. Instead of calling in and saying you had a tummy ache, you committed a Class 3 felony. Enjoy your time in jail. They won't make you work hard. There you go. You're our boob of the day, Jaylyn.
Boob of the day being brought to you by Desert Functional Medicine and Aesthetics, 3900 North Lovington Highway, Suite 550. Check them out today. 877-396-W105. Text line being brought to you by our friends at Amigo Machinery, amigo-machinery.com, your Kubota dealer.
Well,
Tom A.
Yes, sir.
That would be you.
Okay.
That was your cue.
Hey, Thomas is I need a receipt so he can put it on his taxes and wants to know exactly what that $100 is going towards, says the texter. And Tom, did you file your taxes? Yes, I did. Yesterday was the deadline, and I had a lady friend of mine in Hobbs, and I went over there and asked her to file my taxes.
And she did it.
Friend of yours.
Yeah.
And what would this lady friend? Is she a CPA?
No, she's just a personal friend.
Oh,
and so,
I think that's probably a lie.
So
she filled out your EZ for you. I mean, you've got one W-2 form. You work at the same place,
right? And I put some expenses on there when I was doing.
Well, there's no reason to even itemize anything.
Yeah.
You just fill it out on an EZ.
There's no way you had enough to put expenses on there,
well,
Tommy.
I put them anyway.
So we know you're lying.
No, I put them on there anyway.
There's no way that you had enough to itemize.
Well, I asked her that, and I said, "Do you have your receipts and stuff?" Well,
that's what you're saying. You're telling me you don't know how a tax return works at all. That's what you're telling me.
Well, I've always had a CPA do it, and when I was in Ruidoso, the 4 years I was there, they always did it for me.
Oh, you always had a CPA do it? Because it's funny. I thought the business partner's son did it for you.
Well, 2 years ago. Yeah.
Yours would be so easy that it truly could be done on the form. It's called the EZ, and I could do it for you in 20 minutes. I bet Will could do it for you in his sleep. Like
anyway.
In a commercial break.
But I won't.
Anyway, so I told her thank you, and then I took her out to dinner.
Sure you did. You made her pay.
No, I didn't make her pay, man.
I don't believe you.
So you bought her a bucket of chicken.
This whole thing is getting worse, and I'm believing it less and less.
What did
You didn't file your taxes.
I know B wouldn't buy this either. I know for a fact.
The only reason you're not in jail is because you don't owe money.
Oh.
See, that's the secret.
Because he hasn't filed his taxes in multiple years, and so that's exactly it. Because he doesn't owe money, they're not coming after him because they owe him money.
Right.
Oh.
See, that's where you're messing up. You're messing up your own cash. You could have like about a 3,000. Well, let's see, you're single. Blah, 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 blah.
Well,
you probably get about 1,700.
He missed out on the whole COVID refund thing. He didn't get any of that because he never did, and he didn't change his address with the IRS.
Right.
So they didn't even know how to find him.
You're gone.
Did y'all file your taxes, by the way?
Of course.
We both did.
My taxes was filed on the 10th of January. I had my return back.
Sets. I had 2 sets of taxes. I had to do business taxes and personal taxes.
Right.
So, yes, Tom, well before the deadline.
The
I had a real CPA do it.
Well, she wasn't a CPA, but she knows how to do her taxes.
Next year, if you're just going to donate your tax return back to the government, okay, bring me your W-2 forms and everything, and if you'll let me keep your return check, I'll file your EZ for you. Since you don't want it anyway.
I see. That's a good plan, Russ. I would say that would actually be good.
But here's what people are gonna say. See, he's a mooch. Well,
no, because Russ just made it worth his while because now he's getting your money.
There you go. I'll take your tax return. I'll be glad to fill out that one form piece of paper for you.
So she was nice. Thank you very much.
From the text line, the sad thing is that Hunter, Joe, Nancy, Mayorkas are too old to rot in jail. They won't have enough time in their life yet to serve out their punishment they deserve. Arrest them all now. I would say on contempt of Congress and contempt of the American people.
I'd just be happy to finally have equal justice applied to the Democrats. You know, Hillary Clinton, Nancy Pelosi for her insider trading, Joe Biden for any number of things, just being the big guy. There are so many. I just wish that we could actually, for once, hold them accountable at the same level that they would want to hold the Republicans accountable.
If one lie, matter of fact, 2 lies, if there had been 2 lies that had been exposed that the media hadn't been in coercion to cover up, tell me that our last presidential election wouldn't have been different. The thing that badgered Donald Trump through his whole administration, the Steele dossier, if it hadn't been covered up by the news media that the Steele dossier was paid for by Hillary Clinton, was actually objective campaign information, would that have made a difference? If the press, who, by the way, over 15 years ago, I said was the most dangerous entity in the United States, said that on another radio station, got in a lot of trouble over saying it. If they wouldn't have covered up that Hunter Biden's laptop was real, and I mean covered it up with proven cooperation of the FBI and the DOJ and all of our left-leaning media, and it would have come out that that was factual and that there was close ties and evidence of close ties between the Ukrainian government and the Chinese government and the big guy, Joe Biden. Yeah. Do you think if those lies would have been exposed that Donald Trump would still be the president of the United States?
I think it's a lot more likely than it is now.
Yeah. Yeah.
So tell me that the media, the DOJ and the FBI did not commit treason.
Ooh, it's a big word. But did you guys see this morning? I was going back to the bathroom and I heard it on the TV.
Well, thanks for that. We needed to know that.
Well, it was, I don't know. There's a major headline. It was that 9 people instead of 3 were involved in that China deal back when Vice President Biden was in office. Now, apparently there was only 3 involved with Hunter Biden as well. But today, Fox News exposed there was 6 more people. So it was 9 people in that deal.
What China deal are you talking about?
I know what he's talking about. He's kind of throwing rocks at it. What you're talking about is the first evidence thought that there was only 3 Biden family members.
Family members, right.
That was involved in the payoffs from China.
Wow.
Now they've connected it.
What Tom said at all.
Now they have connected it to 9 Biden family members.
6 more,
that are being listed as being in the line for the payoffs coming from the Chinese government.
It's going to go. It just broke this morning,
So someone had asked about, speaking of refunds, any word on when we're going to get money from the government, from the state? And actually, yes, it looks like it's going to be May 31st.
May.
But is when it went. Well, okay, now that's not exactly. As I read this a little further, it says as long as you filed your 2021 taxes before May 23rd or May 31st, 2024. But it says 2021. I think it means 2022. But anyway, this is from NewMexico.gov. I'm getting it right from the website. It's very not clear. Sorry, guys. But if you go to tax.newmexico.gov, there is some information on the rebate. It's supposed to be $500 for single filers, $1,000 for married couples, and no applications required. Date of issue mid-June 2023 is what it's saying. So, but eligible residents have until May 31st, 2024 to file for their 2021 PIT return, which I guess that's for people like Tom who still haven't filed their 2021 taxes, that you can do it up until and still get money back. Relief payments for New Mexico who do qualify for the rebates above. The amount has not been determined, but $15 million has been appropriated for the payments, and there will be an application process with the Human Services Department. So
interesting.
Do you cover hockey at all? One of possibly the most grisly accidents I have seen in sports happened. Jets Morgan Boren received 75 stitches after a skate cut his face.
Oh, my.
They're showing pictures of it, and I was just watching the video. They're all scuffling in a mound for the puck going into the net. And the goalie skate, as he's diving for the net, his leg and his skate is up in the air, and the guy's face, he skates, bam, right directly into the bottom blade of the skate. Just basically opened the side of his face up, 75 stitches.
Oh, my.
To try to repair him, and there's video of that on Fox News right now if you want something to make your stomach turn.
The NBA is also getting kind of physical. Last night's game between the defending world champions, the Warriors, and the Sacramento Kings, Draymond Green, who's one of the big forwards, apparently stomped on the center. He fell down. He's trying to release, but the player wouldn't release his leg, and he just stomped on him to get away from him. He got a 1-game suspension earlier this morning for that.
Yeah, but when you start talking about sports injuries, hockey players are a completely different breed. Apparently, this guy wanted to go back into the game. You know, you're watching basketball, and the guy sprains a finger. He's going to be out for 4 weeks. And you watch football. I remember Deion Sanders once missing a playoff game because he had turf toe.
Yes. Now he's got a toe missing.
Turf toe.
And by the way,
you watch a hockey game, and these guys, have 4 broken ribs, knocked out 3 teeth, and have a dislocated elbow. They'll be back in after halftime.
Yeah. And you remember the football player for the Buffalo Bills on a Monday Night Football game who actually died on the field after he was hit?
Yes, he's back.
He suffered a cardiac arrest. He announced yesterday that his doctors have cleared him, and he will be at the OTAs, the off-season training camp sessions beginning Monday. So what a comeback.
And he went on in one of his interviews to talk about his near-death experience. And like many who have suffered that, apparently it's changed him.
I don't know if I was a football player, if I want to play again. Suffering that kind of injury. maybe a leg injury or broken knee or something, maybe I'd go back. Now you've been injured before, Will, when you played high school football. Would you go back to playing if you suffered
I did go back to
injury
play.
like that? Yeah.
I did.
And?
And what? I did go back and play.
Weren't you afraid to go bang it and get it broken again?
Was it in the back of my mind? Sure. After feeling that pain and going through that, absolutely. But did my love of the game outweigh the risk of the injury? Absolutely.
Apparently,
without a doubt.
He's of the same mindset. So we'll see what happens.
When I was pitching in high school, I didn't have a very good fastball. I related on moving it around. And I had a kid in Carlsbad smash one right back and hit me as dead center in the forehead as you could. Line her right off the bat. Knocked me out. My whole forehead turned blue. Doctor said that only because it hit the hardest part of my skull was the only reason it didn't, cause me even more damage. But I remember both my eyes turning
hard head, Russ.
Yes, both my eyes turning black and blood running from my nose, and I couldn't see for about 2 or 3 weeks. But as soon as the swelling went down, before I was back on the mound, as soon as the coach would let me back in. It's something about I don't know, something about athletes. If you love what you're doing, all those other dangers and everything, you kind of.
Yeah.
But I got to say, this guy does have some cojones because, we're talking about getting hurt. This guy died.
He died. Brought him back to life.
He died.
On the field.
And he's going to get back on the field again. So.
Well, when I was growing up, because I had that plate in my head because of the surgery, I wasn't allowed to play any sports. And I love football. Instead of, so the doctor said, well, you can't play sports maybe until you get older. The plate in your head starts becoming bone-like. And they didn't let me play. But I always had to wear a stupid helmet anyway in case I fell.
I'm sorry. Did you just say that you wore a helmet at school even though you didn't play sports?
Yeah, well, a protective helmet in case I fell.
Did you do that while you were riding the short bus, Tom?
Well.
Was it so you wouldn't lick the windows? I'm just curious.
Well, that's not right, bro.
What? I'm just trying to picture Tom not playing a sport and wearing a helmet at school.
I'm just.
What?
Just like to have a school picture of you sitting on the small bus, wearing your helmet, caption below it, future awarded New Mexico newsman.
I just can't. So I want to ask. This was from Jeremy in Lovington. Could I get you guys to give a happy birthday shout out to my brother-in-law Michael Bohannon from Lovington? Appreciate you guys and wishing a speedy recovery for B. Well, Jeremy, there you go. Michael, happy birthday.
And I didn't know that. You just did educate me on something. Deion Sanders' turf toe. Isn't turf toe just like a burn you get from sliding it across the turf?
Yeah, it does, but it gets infected.
And he actually had his toe amputated over turf toe?
Well, a couple years ago. He wasn't playing anymore, of course, but he was coaching, and it was giving him problems. And they said because of that injury several years before, the blood developed a major blood clot. And so.
Well, holy cow. I didn't realize the injury was that severe. When I heard turf toe, I thought it would be, I was thinking more of an abrasion.
No, you can't wear flip-flops anymore. So. And Tom also,
what again? What did you call them?
Flip-flops.
Now we know why Russ calls Mags clips. It's due to the head injury. That picture.
Jody Hunter said Tom also aced paste.
I did.
Yes, he did.
Right.
It was good. Wasn't good.
I just caught a news warning from veterinarians. Apparently, veterinarians, especially in the California area, are treating a large amount of pets who are suffering from marijuana side effects. So apparently people are giving their edibles to their animals.
Oh, please.
Don't do that.
Man.
Okay, they're not that high on the food chain. They just barely learn how to lick themselves. Don't go to giving them drugs, okay?
Oh, that's all.
I mean, I've got a friend who actually gave, for one, it can cost you money, because I got a friend who gave some pot to his parrot, and the damn thing ate like 10 boxes of crackers. So...
Watch out for those munchies with the parrot, for sure.
Right.
So someone says Tom has turf head.
Huh. And Rocket says, can't wear flip-flops anymore. Says
that
Rocket.
was funny. I
That was
caught
funny,
that.
I just can't. So I want to give a shout out to our buddy Joe over at Rig Outfitters in the home store, located in the Broadmoor Mall. Extensive collection of FR jeans, coveralls, gloves, shirts, and coats. They've also got all kinds of other oil field gear like hard hats, work boots, steel-toed boots, and safety gear, furniture, appliances, electronics, and zero-down financing. All of that is available at Rig Outfitters in the home stores. They've got a great selection of all of the FR stuff you're looking for. And if you're looking to outfit your entire home, they've got quality furniture and appliances right there at easy access in the Broadmoor Mall. And don't forget, right next door, they've got Scrub Outfitters. Of course, largest selection of medical scrubs for 100 miles. Your favorite scrub brands like Healing Hands, Medicure, Peaches. They're carrying Carhartt scrubs as well now, too. In addition to scrubs, they carry shoes, medical equipment, compression socks, stethoscopes, and so much more. Rig Outfitters and Scrub Outfitters right there in the Broadmoor Mall. Go by and tell our buddy Joe Imbriali that we said to go by and see him from Bee and the Breakfast Club. Rig Outfitters and Scrub Outfitters, proud sponsors of Bee and the Breakfast Club.
And also, I wanted to brag on somebody else, Zia Guns. I actually went in there the other day, and the selection is unreal, especially in your specialty items. Over 1,000 firearms in stock, handguns, rifles, and they'll actually take the time to work with you to find the right gun. Plus, they've got all your specialty weapons, you ladies' weapons, specialty size and grips designs, and ladies are encouraged to visit. Stop in and see the staff at Zia Guns. They're your professionals, and they're the ones that take the time to be sure that you're outfitted right. Zia Guns, 1907 North Main Street in Roswell, proud sponsors of Zia Guns. It's just a really nice gun store. It really is.
Boy, Texter says, just when I thought Tom couldn't get any more pitiful, he lowers the bar again, says the Texter. Well, I mean, being honest. And Ben Simmons says, football players and baseball players and basketball players, along with soccer players, all fall in the same category as tennis players. They are all silly ASS crybabies. Real athletes, they ride motocross, which is a sport that takes two balls to play, says the Texter. How about rodeo? Rodeo's a tough sport, isn't it?
There you go.
Yeah. And Tom, he has a turf head, says the Texter. Uh-huh. And Tom, shut up and put your helmet on.
And one texter says, Russ is right. Hockey players are the toughest. Seem like they play for the love of the game and not for money. A lot of respect. I've never been a big hockey fan, but I've been watching some of it lately, mainly because my son plays a hockey video game, so it got me interested in it.
Right.
And I got to watching some of it. And I mean, you want to talk about a game. I mean,
that's tough right there.
That's pretty tough. Also, I found a little news story out there that do you eat Chick-fil-A? Do you like Chick-fil-A?
When they're open on Saturday.
Well, that's one of the things that you can eat, isn't it? Chick-fil-A.
Did you just say when they're open on? You were going to say open on Sunday, but they're not open on Sunday.
Right,
they're closed on Sunday.
Right.
So yeah, you wouldn't be eating Chick-fil-A on a Sunday, would you, Tom?
Right.
Well, you know.
Yes, I can have. I can have Chick-fil-A for the most part. I don't do a lot of breaded chicken, but I do a lot of grilled chicken.
Grilled chicken.
Well, here Chick-fil-A is taking steps to shed their homophobic image. For example, they've got a new menu item, the Chick on Chick-fil-A. I'm sorry, I went way around the bend for that joke.
Is that like the double down at KFC? Where never mind. Okay.
By the way,
the double downer at KFC.
Even though they're not open on Sunday, they're still the number one chicken franchise. You know that? They sell more chicken than anybody else.
It's because of those new menu items.
There you go. Hey, don't forget to shop local with the pros you know at Roswell Livestock and Farm Supply. They do ranch supplies, products for your home, lawn, and garden, plus clothing from all the best brands, including Brighton, Carhartt, Wrangler, Dear John Denim, and more. Right now, you can get some great savings. Go in there and talk to them about the clothing they've got, men's shirts. They've also got, of course, Purina Food. They are your Purina certified expert dealer. Roswell Livestock and Farm Supply, just a little Western wear store with a whole lot of style. Check them out in Roswell today. And please, Dad, definitely tell them you heard about them on B and the Breakfast Club. We got to take a quick break. Come right back. We're going to do some news, and we're going to qualify some people on B and the Breakfast Club. We'll come right back with more right here. 877-396-W105 if you want to text us or call us and be a part of the show.
Pop's Power Washing in Lovington presents the W105 Cash Blowout.
Call now. Call now.
Call 877-396-W105 now. Be one of the first 5 people to call in for your chance to win $105. The W105 Cash Blowout.
I want my money. I want it now.
Call in now to win.
Local news brought to you by M&W Water Well Drilling and Pump Services in Lovington, owned, operated, and serving the community for over 30 years. Call 575-390-4446.
Make M&W Water Well Drilling and Pump of Lovington your domestic well specialist. Owner-operated with 30-plus years of experience, specializing in complete water systems for new home construction, domestic well drilling, as well as replacement wells and servicing all makes and models of water systems, including variable speed drive and constant water pressure systems. Call M&W Water Well Drilling and Pump today at 575-390-4446. That's M&W Water Well Drilling and Pump. Hometown quality you can depend on.
MTD Radio News, I'm Joe Miller. Already more than 20,000 containers of radioactive waste have been put underground near Carlsbad, and the state considering renewing a permit to allow storage operations to continue. The renewed permit would bring some changes to waste storage operations, and the public is allowed to comment on the proposal, but that window for public comment closing April 19th today at 5. In addition to format changes within the proposed permit, the updated permit would remove set closure dates for storage areas and instead close storage areas as they fill up with waste. The proposed changes also include suggestions from the New Mexico Environment Department aiming to ensure compliance with state law. A $1.6 billion sale of oil and gas assets in southeast New Mexico's Permian Basin closed last week as energy companies sought to increase their presence in the growing fossil fuel region. Matador Resources said the deal with NCAP saw Matador purchase Advanced Energy Partners holdings, including oil and gas producing properties, underdeveloped acreage, and midstream facilities in Lee County and Ward County, Texas. The assets were made up of 18,500 acres throughout the northern portion of the Permian's western Delaware sub-basin, estimated to produce up to 25,500 barrels of oil and natural gas equivalent in the first quarter of this year. Red flag warning was issued for portions of southeastern New Mexico and West Texas yesterday into last night. National Weather Service in Midland, Texas sent out the warning, which impacted the plains of Chavez and Eddy counties, along with Lee County, the Sacramento Mountains, the Delaware and Guadalupe Mountains, the Highway 54 corridor, and eastern Culbertson County. The warning took effect through early this morning. Southwest winds were gusting as high as 55 yesterday, with relative humidity as low as 5%. National Weather Service also put in place a fire weather watch for the same area that will last from tomorrow afternoon into tomorrow night. I'm Joe Miller, MTD Radio News.
Get a great job in the oil field. Spinnaker Oilfield Cementers is hiring for several different positions. They're always looking for CDL drivers, and they have a need right now for diesel mechanics as well. Spinnaker Oilfield Cementers also urgently needs experienced cement bulk plant operators. At Spinnaker, you'll receive an excellent salary and one of the best benefit programs in the industry. To apply, text Oilfield to 63566 or visit greatoilfieldjobs.com. Spinnaker Oilfield Cementers is an equal opportunity and drug-free employer.
This Lovington Wildcat Sports Update being brought to you by Stone Oilfield Services. Do what you say you can do. Stone Oilfield Services in Lovington.
Stone Oilfield Service backs the Lady Cats as they work to build winning teams and seasons while chasing state championships. Stone Oilfield Service with vacuum, winch, and kill trucks, hydrovacs and hot oilers, frac and acid tanks, gas busters, environmental shields, acidizing, and more. Do what you say you can do. Stone Oilfield Service will get the job done right every time. Serving southeastern New Mexico and West Texas, located at 725 Tatum Highway, or contact 575-396-1840.
After reeling off 9 games in a row, the Lovington Lady Wildcats stumbled just a bit last Saturday, losing a district doubleheader to Artesia 8-5 and 8-4. The loss sends Lovington to 4-2 in district play. Coach Steve McCraw.
Fix a few things and get back to business and go over there week from Tuesday and see what we can do over there.
And it's obvious that the district title is coming down to these two teams.
I think the last few years has actually come down to us and Artesia.
So, Coach, you've had some great performances by some of your players this year.
A couple of seniors, Avery Marcus, Emily Challeria, and Chloe Corral. They're our outfielders. They're the seniors. They're kind of, Avery's been hitting the ball really well. Daphne Utahara and Baby Rodriguez have been doing most of the pitching for us.
And it's a combination of other players knowing their roles and making impact plays in key moments. The Lady Wildcats will be on the road this week in doubleheaders against Goddard and Portales.
This Lovington Sports Update has been brought to you by Stone Oilfield Services. Go Wildcats!
Get ready to laugh it up, Carlsbad. Friday, April 21st, the Walter Gerald's Performing Arts Center welcomes several hilarious comedians, including Juan Villarreal, as seen on Comedy Central, Telemundo, and HBO. Jerry Garcia, as seen on Netflix and HBO. Sonia Trevino, and hosted by Julian Loera. Doors open at 8:30. Show starts at 9. Tickets just $35 and available at the City of Carlsbad website or prekindle.com. Laugh it up, Carlsbad. Friday night, April 21st, at the Walter Gerald's Performing Arts Center, 4012 National Parks Highway in Carlsbad.
Farmers wants to make sure you've got your favorite things covered and will give you a discount for doing it. Farmers Auto Multi-Policy Discount gives you up to 45% off your auto insurance for bundling policies like boat, motorcycle, RV, home, and life. It's just one of the many ways you can save with Farmers. Call Herschel Rustin Hayes at 575-396-0513 to learn more or get a quote.
We are farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Why do they do that?
Because they're stupid, that's why.
Be in the Breakfast Club, powered by Carlsbad Chevrolet and broadcasting from the Inn of the Mountain Gods studio. Text line at 877-396-W105.
I love the morning show.
Still taking names. Tom A. Reese still registering people, and I lined so many up in there. I got Cindy and Lily and Alfred and Mark and Larry and Jesse and Rob and Liz and Ernesto, Barbara. All of y'all are signed up, and I'll be adding more names as Tom gets them to me. Checking out the request line, says, good one, Russ. I'm not sure Will's very impressed, though, LOL. I don't cross the line, but I will kick dirt on it. And what's new with Sleepy Joe or Raggedy Ann in the news right now? As a matter of fact, since you bring it up, the spokesman for the president, Raggedy Ann, as they call her, is catching a lot of heat as the press starting to get tired of her. 2 different press reporters pressed her on issues where she was flat lying about charges against Donald Trump and what was going on at the border. And yeah, the American people starting to get a little tired of lies that we can see through. Text lines are open, 877-396-9105, 877-396-W105. What do you got, Tom?
All right, so first, though, qualified Mike, also Adrian and John, and Lashenda Connor wanted to qualify again. Our latest cash winner. So she's back on the list. Wait a minute. She's such a sweet lady, isn't she?
Yes, she is.
And so Brian Simmons says, what, Will?
He's not with us right now. We had another piece of technical things going on that he had to take care of.
So
he had to go take care of it.
All right, well, then he'll get it for him. Hey, ha, Russ, you're the man.
Yeah, but somebody actually appreciated that joke. Just when I thought Tom couldn't be any more pitiful, he lowers the bar again. I think we might have already read that, but I had somebody call in during the thing, and they wanted to do an experiment on the air.
What do they want to do?
Because you said you had a plate in your head.
Yes.
What's it made out of?
Titanium?
Titanium?
I think. I don't know.
Yeah. Alfred wanted to know if we could stick a magnet to your head on the air and see
That's a good
and see if it would stick.
You know that the other day when I went to see my brain doctor.
Yeah.
That she couldn't do an MRI.
Because of the plate in your head?
Because of the plate in my head. Now, I said, that's 56 years ago when they put that thing in there. And she says, well,
it's still there. It's not like
still there, but the bone has already covered that plate through the years, right? And I'm kind of asking myself, well, I mean, Russ, all right, let's say I had an accident, kind of like B did. Nobody knew I had that plate, but they put me through an MRI. Would that MRI machine go off before I went through it?
Well, they would probably do an X-ray before they did an MRI to be sure you didn't have something like a plate in your head.
Yeah.
But
I was kind of curious about that. She wouldn't do it.
Just the way my brain works, you got a plate in your head and they put you in this big magnetic machine, and I got a mental picture of it spinning you around.
So I'm thinking, wow, okay. Hey, by the way, the plate in Tom's head is an enchilada plate, says the texter.
Oh, my goodness. You guys have
You share
no
your
heart
life
whatsoever.
with these people, and they make fun of you. That's fine.
And Kim Kardashian just released some new pics.
What she do?
And there's kind of a little problem. You know, she's always said she doesn't Photoshop anything.
Mm-hmm.
Except in the latest pics that she released, shows her with only 3 fingers on one hand and no belly button. I think the case of whether she uses Photoshop is out, and I think the main question is she doesn't do it well.
Oh, right.
Is if she's missing fingers and a belly button. So.
Right. Oh, by the way, the texter says titanium is not magnetic. I have it on my knee, says the texter. And the reason they use titanium is because it's safe to be in an MRI machine. Now, this is
there you go.
But this is 56 years ago.
You'd be okay.
Before they put those things in your head.
56 years ago, there could be some nickel in there or something. Let's go to the phones. You're on B and the Breakfast Club.
What's going on, guys?
Not much. Mike Fox, right?
That's Mikey.
What
yes,
you doing,
sir.
buddy?
What's up, brother?
Not much. Sweeping them up in the hotel.
What you got this morning?
Hey, actually, y'all said Tom likes football, correct?
Yeah.
All right, and he likes to eat. You remember that movie, The Little Giants, where the kid uses his helmet as a lunchbox?
Yeah.
No.
That's Tom.
There you go. He uses his helmet as a lunchbox. That's what he was wearing on the little bus. Thanks, Mike.
That's all right, Tom. You're my favorite man. So
thanks, Mikey.
Thanks for being with us, Mike. And do you remember that movie, Little Giants?
Yeah. Two of them, back to back.
That's one of my favorites. I like that one. By the way, I want everybody to check their gas tank right now, because if you're running low on fuel on 128 between Jow and Carlsbad, you need to check out the brand new Twin Wells fuel station. 2.75 miles south of 128 on Buck Jackson Road, the Twin Wells fuel station. Open to the public with their large, nicely built station, plenty of cover. They sell unleaded, green diesel, red diesel, DEF, Twin Wells fuel station accepting all major credit cards and fleet cards. Don't sweat making it to the next town. Fill up south of 128 on Buck Jackson Road, halfway between Jow and Carlsbad at the new Twin Wells fuel station. Thank Twin Wells Fuel Station for being one of your sponsors on B and the Breakfast Club.
Here's a story out of San Diego this morning. Seems like authorities busted a huge fentanyl drug situation yesterday. Seems like authorities with the port of entry there between San Diego and Tijuana busted a group of 3.5 million fentanyl pills, Russ. They were packaged in green beans boxes.
How many?
$3.5 million Fentanyl pills.
Fentanyl pills.
Yeah. Now there was
so enough to easily kill every man, woman, and child in our country.
And so,
but that's not a weapon of mass destruction, right?
No, no. Anyway, it was in boxes of green beans.
Green beans.
Yeah. And they found it in street value for these pills, buddy, $21.1 million.
And that's just one bus.
One bus.
It's not counting the 10 it got through while they were doing that.
Is that amazing on that deal?
Also, another headline we'll come to a little bit later on in the show. Home Depot worker fatally shot in California this morning trying to stop a shoplifter. So he was shot over trying to. People in stores not going to be able to do that. This shoplifting thing is out of control. They're doing it in gangs. Now, answer me a question. Maybe somebody can text in and answer me this. It's like the latest gang attack where the teenagers attacked this Arco station. They said they coordinated it with the use of their cell phones. Well, if they're organizing themselves for these big raids on businesses with their phones, wouldn't that be organized crime charges? Wouldn't that bring organized crime in on other than just petty theft?
Well, that's if I'm not mistaken, Russ, that's part of the RICO Act, isn't it?
Very good. That would be part of the Organized Crime and RICO Act.
So
very good. I'm impressed.
And then, did you see the mob group that attacked a young black woman? I mean, a young black man and
the white his girlfriend that was white, and the whole crowd went after them, beat them down for no other reason than her being white. That's what they were saying while they were beating her down.
Crazy.
And then the story goes on and on. The new mayor-elect of Chicago says that these kids shouldn't be disparaged on for their actions because they're underprivileged kids just trying to eat. That's what it was. They was raiding this and attacking people on the street and everything because they're underprivileged and they're just trying to eat. That's why they tried to break into the museum that was full of our history and our art, because I guess there was bread in there and they was trying to get to that too. So,
hey, here's a story out of Roswell this morning. An Alamogordo man accused of sexually assaulting 2 teenage girls more than a decade ago. Now, he pleaded not guilty to 2 criminal charges in 5th District Court. It's Dustin Trusan, Trusan, 35, pled not guilty to 1 count of criminal sexual penetration in the 4th degree for a child between 13 and 16, and 1 count of criminal sexual contact of a minor in the 4th degree. He was arraigned yesterday in 5th Judicial Court. So,
how old was the child?
Well, this happened allegedly happened 10 years ago.
So he'd been molesting the child since it was...
Well, 2 of them. It was ages between 13 and 16. So...
hopefully he'll end up so far behind bars they had to pipeline in sunshine. All-American Cleaners, where they're family cleaners, they treat customers like family. Wash and fold, 17 pounds for just $16.99. Roswell, Artesia, Carlsbad, Lovington, Hobbs, Eunice, Andrews. And you can even ask about their text alert to bring you in when your clothes are done. It's All-American Cleaners, and I thank them for sponsoring being the Breakfast Club. Text lines are open, 877-396-9105.
I'm sorry, I'm getting back to
Go ahead. I know where you're at. Go ahead.
So, Tom, my dad had 2 brain aneurysms, and he has had to wear, he says, a necklace that says no MRIs because of the metal they used to fix it. You might look into that, says Brian Simmons.
Sounds to me like something you might ought to check. Also, Tom needs to wear his protective helmet while calling softball in case he gets hit in the head by a foul ball. You do wear a helmet.
I did actually a year ago. No, 2 years ago. Well, no, 4 years ago. The last time when I was in Ruidoso, I was calling games there. 2 back-to-back batters hit me right in the eye. Foul ball.
Well, I seen your equipment laying around, and I got to say, you got the best equipment. You're using that full catcher's helmet with the little back pad and everything as your umpiring helmet, and I thought that was smart. So, yeah, he's protecting the plate in his head. And Hey, Russ, Tom has lowered the bar so much that it is now in sight. It can't be seen. All right. There you go.
He said, okay.
And I agree with you, Russ, about organized gangs. You know, every one of these attacks, it always goes down to it was organized by cell phone, and then they track it down to like that one civil leader in Chicago that did interviews and admitted that he had helped coordinate the thing. Well, why isn't he being charged with organized crime charges federally?
And this one texter says titanium doesn't change DOM ASS. Doesn't matter that the year that they used it. SMH, says the texter.
So, Tom needs to wear the helmet for foul balls and foul words.
Really?
Hey, I've been an umpire before. I know what blue catches out there, and you need a helmet.
Yeah.
You need a helmet. It has nothing to do with the players.
I did ask one of my guys the other day because we started the season, and I said, can I use the helmet? The face mask. He said, yeah. I mean, we rarely use them, but if you wanted one, yeah, you could use it.
So you started using it because you have a brain. I'd be using it.
You know, Thomas never explained why he had a plate in his head in the first place.
All right, here we go. Go ahead.
Here you go. So I was almost a year old. My parents were turning into a drive-in there in Midland, and this guy didn't have his lights on and broadsided the car. I was sitting in my mother's lap, and the car hit. When it hit, it hit my head, and within moments, I had another head, according to my mother. So they only gave me 3 days to live, buddy. 72 hours. It swelled, but 6 years later, I had a brain tumor from it, and they took it out because I was falling. I was with my grandmother, and I was falling in the aisles of the grocery store, and I fell against the condiment shelf. That's where all the ketchup and mustard and everything else is at. You got to remember, though, Russ, this was in glass jars back in the day, not the plastic jars that they do use now. And when
you lost me, wait, your brain was in a glass jar? What?
No, I was falling because I didn't know what was wrong with me. So I went to the grocery store with my grandmother, and I had an episode where I just fell, and I fell against the condiment shelf. Everything, as I fell, broke around me. Ketchup, mustard, you name it. Relish. To this day, I don't put that stuff on my burger.
Okay. All right. So
they said,
the second accident was falling into the rack of condiments, and then that all hit you again. So you got pummeled with glass jars. This is getting better and better.
So they took me to the doctor, and yeah, your son has a tumor. Took it out, and there you go. But I had to wear that stupid helmet, man, for like 4 or 5 years.
I'm still picturing you in the MRI machine rotating around with the magnet. I'm sorry, I can't get that out of my head. The nudist says, hey, guys, does Camp of the Tall Pines allow naked camping? I don't know. You might want to call them. You know, they may have some special platform for you, for your glamping.
And Papa Top is saying, smart mom using baby as an airbag, says the texter. Wow.
And this goes back from yesterday. Hey, Russ, my favorite movie that I can watch over and over again is
Did he say what it was?
I'm not sure whether I'm just going to leave that one alone. I'm not so sure about that title because I've never heard about that movie, and I believe it's a movie called Slamming Granny.
Okay.
So, but we'll just stop it from that. So, yep, Tom's still an idiot. That's always in there. And one of the other texts that I seen also asked a question, wanted to know another update on B, said that they haven't just now joined the show. So we've been talking about this for two days. But we want to be sure everybody understands what happened. B and we were to riding together on his little scooter, was involved in a scooter accident when they lost control over some debris, cement debris that was in the road, loose cement. Wee's okay. She got road rash and some bumps and bruises, but she's at B's side. B took the brunt of the accident. He has 6 broken ribs. He has some internal bleeding. They're trying to get under control. They believe that's coming from one of the kidneys. He also damaged his spine and his neck that was already fused together, so they've got some complications there. Now, B's recovering, and as strong as B is and type of guy he is, we're sure he's going to be up and around soon, but this is a serious accident, and he's in the hospital in the Philippines.
Yeah. And the worst thing about this whole accident is that the Philippine medical people don't take insurance. Even if he had insurance, they wouldn't take it there in the Philippines. So what has happened is that he has had to raise his own cash, pay his own money to pay for services. If you don't pay for them, you don't get treated. Is that the way I understand it, Russ?
You got to pay for your treatment up front.
Yeah.
It's like a restaurant. You got to pay the bill as it's being done. So B's first day and trip into the emergency room and first treatments, he had to give him $5,000. So it's costing him thousands of dollars a day. And that's why we've been taking donations here at W105 to help with medical costs. If you want to go to the site where you can donate, just text Kevin to the text line number 877-396-9105, 877-396-W105. Text the word Kevin. That's going to take you to the link where you can donate from your phone. Also, our address here, 717 Country Club Road in Lovington. And if you want to bring donations by the station, whatever, we'll be sure that they're taken in. They go to the right place.
Right. Now, he's still in the hospital.
Yes.
In the trauma
it's going to
unit
be for a while,
now,
quite a while.
Would their trauma unit be the same as an ICU? I guess it is, right?
I'm not familiar with what Filipino medical care is like, but apparently I did a little bit of research about it, and they do have very advanced medical care.
Oh,
the main problem is you pay through the nose for it, and it's limited in area. But he's in Cebu City, which is
kind of a metro
probably
area.
the largest hospital medical. Yeah, and plus there's like a medical school there, from what I'm reading. I understand. So he's probably in a very good hospital. It's just going to be very expensive. They said B didn't have an airbag. He was on his scooter. You know, he'd been riding with Tom. Maybe he'd had an airbag on the back, but,
doctor says, must have took the brain out, left the tumor. Laugh out loud, just kidding.
And Tom's head is like a bag of Lay's potato chips. It's inflated, but when you open it up, there's very little inside. No, you guys are being tough. So anyway, doctors must have took the brain and left the tumor. Oh, stop it. Anyway, we've also got coming up, let's see, we got to take a look at Fox News. We've got our good news story of the day, and
sir.
I've got a good one lined up. And I wanted to remind you also about our state representative, Randy Pettigrew, and all the work that he's doing right now, taking care of us in District 61, and the extra steps that he's taking to keep us updated with what's going on in our state and being on top of the issues and not flinching in his support of being sure that our county and our area is represented and our principles are reflected in the state and the roundhouse. Thank you, Randy Pettigrew. I want to say that this morning. Also, I wanted to remind you, Main Trailer Sales, don't go camping without them. We was talking about camping earlier. I was talking about my little bullcrappy tent that I got.
Right.
I should just cut out the middleman, go on to Main Trailer Sales, break down and get it. Don't go camping without them, serving all of southeastern New Mexico, the largest inventory of new and pre-owned RVs, including Keystone, Cougar, Montana, just to name a few, fifth wheels, toy haulers, ultimate trailers. ultralights. If you're working in the patch and living in a hotel, put that per diem to work for you. Main Trailer Sales has been serving New Mexico for over 65 years, and check them out on their website, maintrailersalesinc.com, maintrailersalesinc.com. 622-1751 is the number, 622-1751. Their customer service is guaranteed. It's Main Trailer Sales, and don't go camping without them. I teased you a little bit with a news story I had. The Home Depot worker is shot this morning. I was trying to wait for them to say whether he survived or not, but Home Depot employee in California shot and killed has now been changed on the line inside the store while trying to stop a shoplifter. Officers responded around 2:15 p.m. Man bleeding inside the store in Johnson Drive in Pleasanton, California. Witnesses report the victim attempted to stop the thief in progress and was shot during a struggle. A suspect fled the scene, vehicle following the shooter, and the shooter is still at large. The victim did die of his injuries. More details on this is developing, but they're not really calling it an active shooter or not securing the area. They say the shooter has basically escaped. So just the latest of our violence in our defund the police states. There you go. So that's one of the latest I've got. Text line still open, 877-396-9105, 877-396-W105. And also, we've got our good news story of the day coming up. Won't we move along with that? Good news brought to you this morning. And your good news is brought to you by, Russell Hurston Hayes. I forgot. I almost messed up. Good news brought to you by Farmers Insurance Agent Herschel Rustin Hayes, somebody that I've known all my life in the Lovington area and taking care of you in the personal fashion that Rustin is famous for. 1109 West Avenue D in Lovington. Home, auto, life, commercial insurance, and hometown guy taking care of your hometown people. Farmers Insurance Agent Russell Hurston Hayes brings you your good news story of the day. And I hit the wrong button. That's the right. Well, your good news story of the day. Whatever, where'd it go? Where'd it go? I had it and now I lost it. There it is. Organ donors save lives every day. And Will is waiting for an organ transplant, so we know how important this is. But this story is out of Colorado is different. A hearse was recently transporting a body so the person's organ could be donated. When the driver lost control in the snow and went off the road, he crashed through a barricade and almost drove off a cliff, but the hearse ended up teetering on the edge of it. He survived. Officials say the weight of the body in the back is what kept the hearse from falling. So the dead body in the back saved the driver's life. And now will also be donating organs to save other people's lives. Right. So this man in his death had no idea how many lives he would end up saving. And also, speaking of rescue, a Florida man and his 13-year-old daughter was stranded in a lake for almost an hour on Saturday after the jet ski sank. But a search and rescue crew found them, and now they're going to be okay. And our last good news story today, the vodka brand Tito's just launched a new program called Vodka for Dog People, where they're selling special merch to support animal charities. Includes Tito's brand dog toys, leashes, fanny pack to hold 3 mini bottles of vodka so you can keep drinking while you're walking your dog if you want. But all proceeds from these sideline products from the vodka company all go for the care and preservation of animals. And there you go. That's your good news stories of the day. And they're brought to you by Russell Russell Hurston Hayes. I should be able to say my own name, shouldn't I?
All right, back to the text. Papa Top saying, too bad B didn't have a fat little Mexican baby for an airbag. He was talking about
He's
me.
talking about you. I started to say you better make that personal or we're going to get emails, okay? So,
oh, my God, says the texter. Just realize how much B has carried the show.
We are
okay.
It's B in the Breakfast Club. There's a reason why B is the host.
Yeah.
Okay. And yes, I'll tell you right now, I'm struggling to try to carry the weight of the master at this. Okay. And then we also had to rely on the brains of the outfit, Will, to fix all of our problems and everything in the background, and another emergency drug him away.
Right. So
yes. Yes. Okay. I'll admit, I wish B was with us right now. You know, one thing that we have not had today that we are thankful of?
So
we haven't had an accident report on the text. Has anybody told us about any accidents today?
The last 3 days we haven't had one.
So let me thank somebody who is always around to take care of your accidents and supports us when we have our accident reports. Ragsdale Law Firm, where you're looking for a leading accident lawyer in New Mexico. If you've been involved in an oil field accident, call Luke. Automobile accident, call Luke. Call the Ragsdale Law Firm, 600 West Pennsylvania in Roswell, where they've got verdicts and settlements, $10 million, $9 million, $2.5 million for a wrongful death. They're the pros. They know what it did, and they're there for you. It's the Ragsdale Law Firm. Call Luke or at 208-5300. 208-5300. Ragsdale Law Firm. Also, Desert Functional Medicine brought you the boob of the day. I think we've already done Desert Functional Medicine. That's in there. But I've got a bunch of sponsors that I need to thank for coming along for the show. Like WWRV with 3 RV parks. One goal, get a quiet place so you can vacation for the working tenants. RV sites with 30 and 50 amp hookups, all utilities including, and the premium price. Each site's ready for your gaming and movie streaming, pet friendly, well lit, plenty of street lights. Get pricing and contact info by visiting their website, www.rvx3.com. www.rvx3.com, or just call them at 988-0392. Also, let me thank H&H Field Services of New Mexico for your New Mexico, Delaware premium basin poly pipeline construction pros, located in Jal, New Mexico, at 1310 West Kansas Street. And H&H Field Services offers their own home fast fusion poly pipeline machines, along with squeeze tools up to 16 inches, turnkey pipeline facility construction, plus subcontractor services on fast fusion machines and squeeze tools. Give Colin Holloman a call. More information, 432-269-6027, or visit H&H Field Services online at HFS.com. There you go. I had to read that. Get us from the text line. Get us wrapped up.
Yeah, give you a little break there. Brandon from Artesia says you gotta remember that Russ is doing the show by himself today, so give the guy a break. Says Brandon from Artesia. Well, it ain't about him. And another texter says, "Hey, I think you guys are doing a great job." That's Tracy from Eunice.
Thank you, Tracy.
Hey, thank you, buddy.
And let me thank Chance Materials before we get out of here, reminding you that their project begins with a sound foundation. Chance Materials is a provider for quality, affordable, ready-mix concrete. No matter the project, Chance Materials has the products, unmatched customer service, and all the lowest prices. Chance Materials service in Pecos Valley with plants in Carlsbad, Roswell, ready-mix concrete. It's Chance Materials, because when the project matters, materials matter the most.
Right. And Kevin should get citizenships in the Philippines. They got free health care that way.
Well, I was wondering, I thought that the Philippines had socialized medical care, but see, he's not a citizen.
Right.
And unlike America, that extends our rights immediately. If you touch soil, you get the extension of American rights and privileges.
Right.
Philippines doesn't work that way. B is not a citizen, so he does not get. He has to pay for his medical career.
And so, hopefully, again, we thank everyone, you, the Breakfast Club Nation, for helping out on this cause here. You know, we had a drive when that typhoon hit back in last year, was it?
Last
year. And you guys stepped it up again, and you have stepped it up again in the last few days. $6,000+ to.
Well, that was 6,000 yesterday, and then one of the things that Will went to take care of was trying to get the money set up for it to be transferred.
Give him my 100. Don't forget him.
And I got that. We're going to get that. And thank you for that, Tom. $100 from Tom today, and I matched that. So there's another couple of hundred, and we've got so many people. I don't want to say how much, but Rebecca Long and some of our business supporters, some of the sponsors of the show have given exuberant amounts to try to help with this. So thanks so much to everybody. And sometimes it's a miracle to me how good our area can come through and in any circumstances. Like I said, years ago, I learned that when we was taking up water distribution duties during Hurricane Katrina, and the city of Hobbs filled 3 semi-trucks with water and supplies all by itself. And that's what we sent, and several entities from the area paid for the transportation and everything. It's just, it's Lee County being Lee County.
That's right.
That's the way it is.
Hey, another one from Brandon says, but Tommy, man, you're doing not so bad yourself. I'm a little impressed. Good job. I tuned into the show a little late. You know, I had to give you a little hell, though. Laugh out loud, says Brandon from Artesia. Now, the limelight has been on B, and we want you guys not to stop donating, because this is going to be a while that he's going to be like that. But we thank you for your prayers and thoughts, so keep on helping out if you can. Now, I had a wreck last week, right?
Yes.
Hit the trash dumpster, right? So I finally got my paperwork in this week, called them after many phone tagging, right? So I got on the phone finally yesterday. Well, Mr. Reed, send us pictures of your car, and, then we'll start processing it. I said, well, don't you guys want to come out here and look at it? She says, no, are you driving it? I said, well, yeah. Oh, that reminds me now, I got to get a rental car. So when can I get my rental car? Right?
And let me guess, they're not going to pay for your rental car.
Well, wait a minute. Anyway, we'll give you a number for the rental car department, because you do have rental insurance. I knew that. So I said, okay. I said, but are you driving your car, Mr. Reese? He says, yes. Well, then we can't take pictures of it, but you'll have to send it to us. So
let me guess, since your car is drivable,
right,
they're not going to get you a rental car.
Well, wait a minute. So anyway, I said, how about my rental on my car? Yes, you do have rental insurance. I said, I know. He said, when you finally get a chance to come around, you have, and I was pissed. And I don't say that a lot on the radio, but I was pissed, Russ. It says, okay, so when do I go get it? I said, well, when you finally get your adjuster and he gives you an estimate, and then you go put the car in the body shop. Now, I said, there's waiting lines for this. At least 3 months at all the body shops that I have.
And you're wanting to know whether you're going to get a rental car for that whole time while you're waiting. Until you go put the car in the shop where you don't have use of the car anymore, then they're going to have to get you the rental car.
Right.
At that point. But right now, as long as you let them know that you're able to drive your car around and you don't have it in the shop, they're going to try to get out of every day they can on that rental car, Tom. You need to get it in the shop and get the repair started and get your rental car.
I have. Every rental shop I've gone to, every body shop, at least a 3-month waiting line. Wow. So now I said, okay, once I get it in there, it's going to be in there for a while, I told her. I said, yes. I said, so when can I go get it? He said, well, you can go as soon as you put the car in the body shop.
Okay.
I said, so do I fill out paperwork for my coverage? He said, not yet. I said, okay. I was getting a lot of stupid answers, Russ. So I said, how much am I limited to? Or am I? $30 a day.
$30 a day is what they're going to give you on your rental car, and they're not going to give that to you until you get your car in the shop.
I said, have you seen the price of rental cars? Even the compact ones? I said,
Yes.
She said, well, you'll have to supplement.
You know what this all comes down to?
What?
You have terrible insurance, and we have the best insurance agents in the world, multiple ones
this
that
happens,
support this show.
I'm going to see our insurance sponsors.
Yes, please do that. Just leave me with that you're going to talk to our insurance people. Oh, my God. Where's the drill? Where's the drill? Platinum Auto Service is under new management. I wanted to remind you, clean out the parking lot, get customers back on the road, shorter wait times, faster service, brakes, tires, AC service, alignments, lift, leveling kits, details, bumpers, grills, guards, fuel cells, toolboxes. They do it all. Platinum Auto Services right now. If it's out there, they can get it. Off-road accessories, winches, skid plates, rims, fleets are welcome. Preventative maintenance, scheduled maintenance, service offers, they do it all. They can get to just about anything for your working truck, right down to seat covers, floor mats, from customizing your daily driver to tricking out that weekend machine. They've got you covered. It's Platinum Auto Services. Give them a call, 689-6900, 689-6900, open Mondays through Fridays. Platinum Auto Services. And I thank them for coming along for being a Breakfast Club. And the last one, and we're there for pipeline inspections, Iron River inspections. Remember them. I've already read that. We're done. I already talked about Iron River construction. We're done. I got ahead of myself just in time to take a phone call. You're on being the Breakfast Club. Good morning.
Good morning.
Who got online? What do you got for me this morning?
All right. I've got a 2008.
Oh, no. Wait. We're not at Tradio yet. I'll put you on hold, put you on the line. Tradio is coming right up. As a matter of fact, I've got to get to, did we do our good news story of the day?
Yes.
We did our good news story. We're done. I mean, it just snuck right up on us. We're done, Tom. Are you ready to go?
No, because we got a few minutes left. But
no, we got time. Go ahead. Go to the text line. Let's wrap things up.
Also, you guys are doing a great job handling the show, says this text. But also, if y'all want to burn time to get something else done in the background, let Tom A. tell the stories all day long. Laugh out loud, says.
And Tom, if you up your coverage on your insurance, it would pay for quite a bit of this tightwad.
Yeah. Oh, but I've had them for 20 years. I've never had to use them this way. I thought they were going to take care of me, but obviously it's
And yes, we did do Earl Pitts, but we did Earl Pitts in the first break today, so maybe it went by you. I'll have it again today on the afternoon show.
So another texture says, you got to read the fine print, Tom A. Not after 20 years, do you? Long story short, John from Lovington says, yeah, Tom, can't get a rental car.
When you get through with this accident and you get whatever you can get out of this insurance company, this is all said and done, I'm making you drop that insurance. And we're going to take you to, since we got so many sponsors, I'm not even going to mention one in particular, but I know where you're going. And you're going to get some decent insurance on your car.
Well, have you ever heard of that they put a cap on rentals? Have you heard of that?
Your insurance company put that cap on there of what they would pay. Okay, and that's according to that probably $19 a month policy that you got.
This is standard.
Standard for them. I know it's not that way because I have a different insurance company. I have a different insurance agent than you do, another one of our sponsors here. And when I wrecked the Mustang, it was in the shop for 2 months because the whole front end had to be rebuilt on it and everything. And they rented my rental car and paid every dime of it.
Really?
Almost.
See, but I don't even know if they're going to total this car yet. So.
Oh, yeah.
They total it.
Oh, yeah.
But let me ask you this, though, right? let me ask you this.
Okay.
Now, let's say I don't do nothing, right?
Yeah.
Because it's $9,000 estimate by one body shop.
Uh-huh.
I looked at it, and I talked to a buddy of mine that lived near the house. And I said, let me ask you this. He looked at the damage. He said, yeah. I said, it's $9,000 by one body shop estimate. He looked at it, and I told him, before you say anything, how about just buying me a couple of doors, what, $250 each, go to the junkyard, and then you paint it.
It's a $6,000 car. There's $9,000 worth of damage. It's total. Have your insurance company write you a check. Go buy another vehicle. Problem solved.
Yeah.
And see, then they could get out of even paying for your rental because it wouldn't have to be repaired. They can just go, oh, we'll total it out. Here you go. They pay you off, and now they get out of the money you had to pay for the rental while it's trying to be repaired. So apparently your insurance company is being stupid about this too. I'm done. It's 26 after, man. I was on time before you. I mean, we were timed out. We were on time. We were there. Now I'm late. There you go.
All right, buddy.
That's B in the Breakfast Club. We'll see you in the morning. We'll have an update on Kevin B. Tom A. Reese, Will Rooney out there taking care of problems in the background. Russ Black, we'll see you in the morning. Stand by. Tradio, buy, sell, and trade. It's coming up next. Let's get updated with Fox News.
Fox News, I'm CJ Papa. Detention hearing delayed until next month for Jack Teixeira, the man the Feds say leaked secret intel from the Pentagon. Fox's Alex McAdams outside the courthouse in Boston.
The judge was going to decide, we had heard, if Jack Teixeira would be released or if he was going to remain in federal custody until a trial. The 21-year-old was arrested last week and faces at least 2 federal charges here.
And Teixeira will appear briefly this morning. Higher interest rates pushing home prices lower. The numbers from real estate services company Redfin.
The median U.S. home price dropped more than 3% to $400,258. It's the largest decline in 11 years. Redfin started keeping records in 2012.
Fox's Gina Casola reporting from Los Angeles. The second ever hearing in 50 years on UFOs today in the Senate before the Armed Services Subcommittee. America's listening to Fox News.
This is Davis Smith, the Guerrilla Lawyer, and I'm talking to you from my office on 3130 North Grimes in Hobbs, New Mexico. Our office has exploded with new clients. And do you know why? Fast settlements, fantastic customer service, and man, we love paying our clients money. If you get injured in a car wreck, you come see the Guerrilla. Remember, if you get injured, you get the Guerrilla.
Visit 3130 North Grimes or call 575-964-2720. That's 964-2720.
Knowledge, integrity, and trustworthiness are just part of what makes Roach's Air Conditioning and Heating the choice for your next HVAC job. With 15 plus years in business, Roach's Air Conditioning and Heating trains its techs with the requirements and standards of all the major ductless companies, servicing residential and commercial as well as industrial units for the patch. Roach's Air Conditioning and Heating is fully licensed, bonded, and insured in the state of New Mexico. They can even offer new technology like inverter-driven heat pump systems to upgrade old systems, and financing is available. Call 575-631-1999 to schedule your appointment today. That's 631-1999 for Roach's Air Conditioning and Heating.
Reading Under the Lights is happening Saturday, April 29th at Hobbs High School's Watson Memorial Stadium. There'll be free food, books, and other fun activities for the kids to enjoy. Bring out the whole family. Reading stations featuring Hobbs Fire, Police, Lee County Sheriffs, and NMJC basketball from 5 to 6 p.m. Then from 6 to 7, reading and special guest speaker, 2017 Super Bowl champion and children's book author Malcolm Mitchell, and book signing with an autograph session from 7 to 8. Come out and support the first ever Reading Under the Lights, Saturday, April 29th at Hobbs High School's Watson Memorial Stadium at 5 p.m. Brought to you by the United Way of Lee County, Hobbs Municipal Schools, and the J.F. Maddox Foundation.
The 2023 Hobbs Downtown Slam and Jam Gus Mecker 3-on-3 basketball tournament is coming to Hobbs April 22nd and 23rd with a dunk contest, a three-point contest, food court, and showcase of local talent. A basketball weekend of fun and memories you don't want to miss. Register your team at Macker.com. The Hobbs Downtown Slam and Jam Gus Mecker basketball tournament, April 22nd and 23rd. Register your team at Macker.com or call 575-397-9291 for details.
Tex-Mex Rentals and Services of Hobbs is hiring for vacuum trucks, pump trucks, and hot oilers. Must have a Class A CDL and be able to pass pre-employment drug screening. Tex-Mex Rentals and Services offers competitive pay, sign-on bonuses, paid time off, health benefits, and 401k. Apply in person today at Tex-Mex Rentals and Services. See Karina at 2604 Northwest County Road in Hobbs. Tex-Mex Rentals and Services is an equal opportunity employer.
Transform into bees, bats, and butterflies and get your game on in the vibrant world of amazing pollinators at the Western Heritage Museum and Lee County Cowboy Hall of Fame. This bilingual, interactive exhibit features a maze, survival missions, games, and more. Amazing Pollinators is on display until May 14th at the Western Heritage Museum and Lee County Cowboy Hall of Fame on the campus of New Mexico Junior College.
This is Davis Smith, the Guerrilla Lawyer, and I'm talking to you from my office on 3130 North Grimes in Hobbs, New Mexico. Our office has exploded with new clients. And do you know why? Fast settlements, fantastic customer service, and man, we love paying our clients money. If you get injured in a car wreck, you come see the Gorilla. Remember, if you get injured, you get the Gorilla.
Visit 3130 North Grimes or call 575-964-2720. That's 964-2720.
Spring into big winnings at Inn of the Mountain Gods and Casino Apache. Join us Saturdays and Sundays in April to play the Spring Winnings Kiosk Game. Apache Spirit Club members could win up to $30 free Spirit Play or a point multiplier of up to 12 times the points. The Spring Winnings Kiosk Game, Saturdays and Sundays in April at Inn of the Mountain Gods and Casino Apache. Must be 21 years or older. See innofthemountaingods.com or see Apache Spirit Club booth for details.
Southeast New Mexico weather.
The weather forecast for southeast New Mexico along the 285 corridor today. Temperatures from about 89 degrees in Roswell into the upper 80s, almost 90 in Carlsbad, Artesia, and 86 degrees at our radio studios in Lovington. Temperatures will drop on Thursday to 79 degrees at our radio studios, 84 degrees for Carlsbad and Artesia. For W105 FM, I'm meteorologist Ron Roberts.
Your country plays on W105.
Do you have something to buy, sell, trade, or give away? You're in the right place. Time now for Rugged Tradio on W105, a service of Rugged Trade. More than a trade, it's a lifestyle. Call now, 877-396-W105 to be part of the show. Now, here is your host, Russ Black.
And good morning, and welcome to Rugged Tradio, where you get to buy, sell, and trade on the radio community service broadcast brought to you by our sponsors like Rugged Trade, serving Roswell, Carlsbad, Artesia, Hobbs, with workwear, boots, men and women's fashions, your RF gear, and so much more, from the right eyewear and safety gear to just things to keep you cool in the summer, warm in the winter, and the comfort items you need in your hard-working work day. It's the best in your workwear. It's Rugged Trades, with 4 big showrooms where you can see everything in the area. 206 West Broadway in Hobbs, in Carlsbad, the store at 802 West Mermont, Artesia 116 West Main Street, and in Roswell at 126 South Main. It's Rugged Trades. It's more than a trade. It's a lifestyle, and I thank Rugged Trade for coming along for Rugged Tradio. And I think we'll be going to our first call. Let's go to Richard in Artesia to get us started this morning. To buy, sell, and trade on Tradio, you dial 877-396-9105, 877-396-W105. What do you got for me, Richard? You're working today?
I hope so. I need to do some yard work.
Okay, Richard. Richard does is our yard guy in Artesia that I will recommend. He's got great references. He does hard work, and I speak for Richard sometimes because he'll get excited while he's telling you. And he doesn't brag on himself enough for how good he is. He will repair fences. He cleans up after stock. He'll do pen cleanups and restorations, and he'll do pet cleanups. And he's really good with plumbing. And Richard is a really good guy. Richard, give me your phone number.
Okay, 575-616-8917.
8917. 616-8917. 616-8917. Call Richard for all your yard work this summer. He's trying to get some tags on his car and so forth so he can do some other work around the area. So we'll try to keep you working, Richard. 616-8917. Richard, have a good day, bud.
Thank you. I think I already got a call coming in.
There you go. Go do him a good job, Richard. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you, bud. And I've got Mike on the line from Carlsbad. Mike, good morning. You're on Rugged Radio.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Today I got a 1986 Honda 4-track 350 four-wheel drive quad. Needs a little bit of work. I'm asking 300-575-915-4003.
1986 Honda 4-track for just 300 bones. 575-915-4003. 915-4003. Mike, appreciate you putting her on Rugged Radio. Let's go to Gail and Hobbs. Gail, good morning. You're on Rugged Radio. Gail, you might be.
Gayla?
Well, it just.
Did you say Gayla?
Gayla, yes, ma'am. I said Gail,
right.
but it's Gayla. I got it.
Yes. This is Gayla in Hobbs, and I have moving boxes, and I just moved in February, so they've been closed up and stacked. And if you want some moving boxes, it is 919-440-5804.
Boy, you're a blessing for some people out there. There's nothing harder to find than good moving boxes, and you're doing it. If you need some, 919-440-5804, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Gayla, I appreciate you putting these items up on Rugged Radio, and I bet you're going to get some phone calls. Thank you, ma'am. And Eloise is on the line from Carlsbad. Eloise, good morning. You're on Rugged Radio.
Good morning. I have a house for sale in Carlsbad on the river. It's across the street from the river, the park. And I also have a house for rent in Loving. It's furnished. And I also need to buy some good carpet, if anyone has any. Can be some used carpet if it's in good shape. And my telephone number is 575-706-2114.
575-706-2114. 706-2114. Ma'am, I appreciate you putting it up on Rugged Radio again. Look, Eloise, if you don't find it today, you can find it tomorrow on Rugged Radio. Let's go to Danny in Carlsbad. Danny, good morning. You're on Rugged Radio.
Good morning, Russ. I'm just out looking for work. If anybody needs a tree trimmed or land cleared or some gravel laid down, anybody in the Carlsbad area or surrounding area is interested, call me at 505-290-4447. Thank you, Russ.
Thank you, Danny. 505-290-4447. Just looking for some work, need some work in the area, and takes care of your lawns and gravel. Danny, I appreciate you, sir. Thank you for putting her on Rugged Radio. Let's go to Jim in Carlsbad. And I've got two Jims in Carlsbad, unless I've got a double line problem here. Are you on the line with me, Jim?
Yes, sir.
What you got today?
Yes, sir. I got that Thompson Center Vortex 50 cal muzzleloader, asking $600 for it. Has a scope, and I got some primers and a few bullets and some powder with it. And also, I have that Best Top, the soft top. It's a 2007 to a 2018 4-door Jeep Wrangler, and I'm asking $600 for it. And the number is 575-706-9362.
706-9362, 706-9362. Jim, I appreciate you, sir. Thanks for being on Rugged Radio. Now, I could have a phone problem here, but is this a different Jim in Carlsbad?
Yeah.
Okay, you're my second Jim in Carlsbad. Jim, what do you got for me today?
Well, I was just on there. And,
no, you wasn't. I was talking to another. I was talking to another Jim. Another Jim in Carlsbad. That was his phone number. Jim, now we're to you. What do you have, and give me your phone number.
All right, I'm going to have the mast and stuff for a Hobie Cat sailboat.
A what?
And I'm looking for a rock rake, 3-point hitch or a flat one. And I got quite a bit of stuff for a sailboat. You can call 361-0821.
Okay, you said you got a rock rake and had a bunch of stuff for a sailboat, but what was that first item you said you had, Jim?
A flat rock, or I've got the mast and the sail, the 10-foot sail, and some other equipment.
Okay. And your phone number is 361-0827. 361-0827. Right? 21?
Oh, 361-0821.
21. All right. I still don't understand what it is. You got your rock rake and the sailboat stuff, but I don't know nothing about sailboats. So since I don't understand, it doesn't really matter. 575-361-0821. 575-361-0821. Correct, Jim?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, man. That's one of the first times I ever had that happen, but I had a Jim in Carlsbad and a Jim in Carlsbad, and that caused me some confusion there. But now let's go to Mike in Carlsbad. Mike, good morning. What do you got for us on Rugged Radio?
Good morning, Russ. How's it going?
Doing good. Doing good. Trying to keep from getting confused this morning. What do you got?
Okay, I got 2 English Bulldogs still. Been trying to get rid of them. I got a male and a female. They're AKC registered, very beautiful puppies. I'm asking $2,500, or if you guys want to throw me an offer, I'm willing to negotiate. You can give me a call at 575-703-4360.
703-4360, 703-4360. You've got 2 English Bulldog AKC registered pups. Mike, what are they, male, females, both males? What do you got?
I got a male and a female.
There you go. And that phone number, 575-703-4360. Mike, thanks for putting your animals up on Rugged Radio. Let's go to Michael in Artesia. Michael, good morning. You're on Rugged Radio.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good. Sorry about yourself. Mike, you're behind a 10-second delay. You're going to need to turn your radio down. It's going to be too confusing. Try to listen on your phone because we're working behind the delay. There you go.
Yes, I'm looking for a side-by-side or a razor. If anyone's selling them, they can be.
Okay, you're looking for either a side-by-side or a razor. Give me a phone number.
575-703-4491.
4491. You'd like to buy a side-by-side or a razor, nice toy vehicle. Play with this summer. 703-4491. 703-4491. Michael, I appreciate you looking on Rugged Radio. If we don't track you down something today, we'll track you down something tomorrow. And I've got Frank on the line from Roswell. Frank, good morning. You're on Rugged Radio.
Good morning, Russ. This morning I'm still looking for that chain link. If anybody's got any 5 to 6 foot chain link, 50 to 100 foot rolls, I could use some of that. And I still got 2 more butcher hogs that are ready to go in Roswell. So if anybody's wanting to buy one of those, and give me a call at 575-317-5030. Appreciate it.
317-5030. 317-5030. You're looking for some chain link. Thank you, Frank. Thanks for looking on Rugged Radio. Let's go to Aaron in Carlsbad. Aaron, good morning. You're on Rugged Radio. What do you got for me today?
Oh, good morning, sir. I'm still out there doing them yard for the seniors and the vet for free, and they can call me. And I also got a bandsaw. A gentleman called me yesterday, but I lost his number. I got a bandsaw for sale.
Okay.
My phone number is 575-725-4065.
You've got a bandsaw for sale, and plus, this gentleman Aaron does great things. He does lawn service for senior citizens. He'll take care of your lawn for free so you can keep in your budget. Give him a call for his services today. 575-725-4065. 575-725-4065. Aaron, sir, I appreciate you for what you do.
Thank you very much, sir, and you have a blessed day.
And thank you, and you have a blessed day, too. Thanks for being on Rugged Radio. Let's go to Cody in Artesia. Good morning, Cody.
Good morning, sir. This morning, I'd like to advertise. I have 4 crossbred nannies for sale. They are 1 year old, and they've been with a Billy. I'm not sure if they're going to be bred or not, but they're $125 each. And I'm also looking for any blue-eyed Nigerian dwarf type little goats. And you can reach me at 575-616-8605.
616-8605, 616-8605. And you got nanny goats, and you're looking for the little blue-eyed goats. And I know that Nell will be calling me here in a little bit, wanting your phone number.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So let me give her that phone number right now, Nell. If you're listening, the phone number you're looking for is going to be 616-8605. Cody, thanks for being on Rugged Radio.
Thank you.
And that's going to take me to a quick break here on Rugged Radio so I can tell you about the people who make the show possible. You know, earlier I was talking to Tom A. about his inadequate auto insurance. And the reason it upset me with him is because we have some of the best sponsors for insurance to any radio station in the world. Some of the best people, and we know these people personally, and we know their capabilities. And that's why I get upset with him for not having quality insurance. The type he would get from, well, for instance, and Bobby and Tammy Bowen, see, they take the personal care. They would have understood the problems that Tom A. is not going to understand. Those pictures that have been taken for him, the local claims representatives like Ryan Honeycutt would have been over there and would have taken care of all those problems for him. Because, well, it's a difference in having quality for your home, for your auto, for your life, for your health. You've got to have quality, not the cheapest policies. Tom A. Reese has found out what the benefit of having cheapest policies are. There are none. It's quality, and it's quality people that will determine how your insurance coverage is handled. That's why you've got to deal with quality people. Like Bobby and Tammy Bowen, AgWise Master Certified Agents, Hall of Fame representatives, more importantly, local people, New Mexico people raising their children here and from here with their interest and care about our people. And it helps if they're just some of the best in the business. And basically, I've got to say that on top of all your regular insurances, when you add the crop and ranch protection for dairy crops, feedlots, horse breeding farms, agricultural equipment, and the specialized coverages that is needed by the business person and by the farm and ranch people, that's why you want to use the pros, like Bobby and Tammy Bowen. Their offices are right there in Carlsbad, 104 West Hagerman, 104 West Hagerman. And I want to thank Bobby personally. I've never said this, for teaching me the things that I know about insurance, because now just from knowing Bobby and things I've learned from him, I feel like I could give advice to people on how to handle their insurance right. It's the difference in knowledge and the difference in communication between your agent and yourself. And it's what I'm trying to say. It's the difference in being insured and being reassured. Bobby and Tammy Bowen, Farm Bureau Financial Services. Most important thing is your future. You've got to protect it. And I thank them for protecting mine and for coming along for Rugged Tradio. 302-9919. That's Bobby's personal cell phone number because that's the way he handles things. 302-9919. It's Farm Bureau Financial Services. It's all about the people. And I thank them for that and for coming along for Rugged Tradio. I'm back in just about 3 minutes with more. Don't go away.
Local news brought to you by M&W Water Well Drilling and Pump Services in Lovington, owned, operated, and serving the community for over 30 years. Call 575-390-4446.
Make M&W Water Well Drilling and Pump of Lovington your domestic well specialist. Owner-operated with 30-plus years of experience, specializing in complete water systems for new home construction, domestic well drilling, as well as replacement wells and servicing all makes and models of water systems including variable speed drive and constant water pressure systems. Call M&W Water Well Drilling and Pump today at 575-390-4446. That's M&W Water Well Drilling and Pump. Hometown quality you can depend on.
That is the sound of your company logo getting printed on 500 shirts. Smart move. And an even smarter move in choosing the experts.
Awesome Graphics, serving Southeast New Mexico and West Texas for 15 years, can not only brand your t-shirts, they can embroider your polos, hats, and jackets. They can print your signs and stickers, large and small. They can handle vinyl graphics for your vehicle. Are the windows in your business too plain? Awesome can print custom decals that allow you to see out, but your customers just see your logo. In fact, Awesome Graphics can put your logo on practically every promotional item under the sun, from coffee cups and water bottles to keychains and sun visors for your company vehicles. Want authentic Yeti Ramblers, mugs, or tumblers customized with your company logo? Awesome Graphics is ready. Stop by 523 West Sanger and Hobbs for ideas or simply visit myawesomegraphics.com. Trust Awesome Graphics and rest assured whatever they printed on, your logo will look awesome.
For a working man, protection on the job is always first priority. But when it comes to clothes, safety shouldn't compromise style and comfort. And thanks to Wrangler Flame Resistant Apparel, it doesn't have to. Now the same Wrangler style and comfort you love comes with the protection you need. And with a product guarantee for the life of the garment, they'll take the heat off of any job you take on. Stop by Benny's Western Store in Artesia or Carlsbad to try on some Wrangler Flame Resistant Apparel today. For the right work clothes, think inside the closet.
Platinum Auto Service of Carlsbad is under new ownership. They offer preventative maintenance, diagnostics, and fleets are welcome. Right now, there's short wait time and fast service on brakes, tires, AC service, alignments, lift kits, and more. Stop by and meet the friendly staff today and get back on the road. Call 575-689-6900. Platinum Auto Services, 606 South Canal, Carlsbad.
Now back to Rugged Tradio on W105, a service of Rugged Trade. More than a trade, it's a lifestyle. Call 877-396-W105.
And let me thank somebody else for coming along for the show. You know I've got some ads probably waiting for tree pruners, tree trimmers, and some things right here on Tradio. And that's fine and good. But I'm going to try to give you a little warning here. You know, when you're doing tree work, and I know this because I've had experience on my own home and property around here, when you're having tree service done, there's more important things to consider than just where that tree's going to fall. Its root system. And in fact, when you go to removing that tree, as the stress is on those roots, is going to damage plumbing, is going to damage foundations, it's going to cause any damage. Who's responsible for that? Who has the bond? Who is bonded? Who's insured? Who takes up the obligation to cover any damage done? Pros. That's who do that. Like Tree Spiders, Tree Services. That's the people you want to use because they're taking on the legal risk. They're taking on the service risk, and they've got the training. They've got the equipment. They're the pros. And in the long run, it doesn't end up costing you any more money, probably less in the long run. They have the large-scale, top-quality equipment to be able to provide services on any tree of any size in any place. And the professionally trained tree climbers and tree professionals that can get to anything the equipment can't. It's all in how important the job is. If it's just mowing your lawn, anybody can do it. But when it comes to hazardous tree removal, large lot clearing, tumbleweed removal, if you've got 5 miles of tumbleweeds down along your fence, ranchers out there, how do you get rid of them? That's one of the biggest problems in this area. Tree spiders, they get rid of it. They have the advanced equipment to turn it into sawdust. And right now they're giving 10% discounts for senior citizens, militaries, first responders, and teachers. TreeRemovalHobbs.com. TreeRemovalHobbs.com. 575-446-1057. 575-446-1057. Tree spiders, they're the pros. It's your home. It's an important job. It's supposed to be done right. You use the pros. You use tree spiders. Now thank them for coming along for Rugged Radio and letting me brag on them about that because they do such a good job for us. Let's get back to the phones. Let's go to David Nalto. David, you're on Rugged Radio. What do you got today?
Yes, sir. I've got a new hot tub. It's been used a couple of times. It's got the cover on it that just folds off. And I can't move it, but I need to get rid of it. So I will drain it for removal, but they'll have to move it themselves. I can drain it. I can take pictures if they need pictures sent to them. I'm asking $2,500 for it.
Okay, give me a phone number.
Phone number is 501-322-0228.
501 area code. Where's that for?
That's one. I had that cell phone since I lived in Arkansas. 501 is Arkansas number.
501-322-0228. 501-322-0228. David, I appreciate you, sir. We'll hook you up. And if you don't don't do it today, you call us back on Rugged Radio. Let's go to Max and Hobbs. Max, good morning. You're on Rugged Radio.
Good morning. I've still got my bandsaw and my drill press for sale. And they can get a hold of me at 575-390-6093.
390-6093. 390-6093. Max, I appreciate you, sir. Thanks for putting her on Rugged Radio. We'll sell it. Now, I've got two Jeremys lined up. This happened to me twice today. So I got a Jeremy from Hobbs and a Jeremy from Carlsbad. So let's go to Jeremy and Hobbs. Good morning, Jeremy. You're on Rugged Radio.
Yes, sir. I got about a 9-month-old Longhorn heifer for sale. Asking $400 for her, or I'll do some trading on her. Kind of looking for some fence panels, but I'm kind of acceptable for offers on trades, and I like $400 for her, if not nothing on the trade.
That's a speckle. Is that a speckled Longhorn or just a brown?
No, she's kind of like a speckled brown.
Okay. I used to be partial to those. Give me your phone number.
830-837-0934.
Be sure I heard you right. You said 630-830-0934?
Yes, sir. 830. Yes, sir.
0934. Jeremy, yes, I appreciate you, sir. And thanks for putting her up on Rugged Radio. That's the Longhorn Heifer, 630-830-0934. Thank you, Jeremy. Thanks for putting her on Rugged Radio. Let's go to Jeremy in Carlsbad. Jeremy, good morning. You're on Rugged Radio.
Good morning, Russ. I am looking to purchase some used cedar T-posts. maybe they've been taken down and replaced with T-post. I'm sure somebody's got some used cedar post around somewhere.
Okay.
I need a pile of them, 600 or 800 probably.
Okay, you're going to be busy. If we got these cedar T-posts, where do we call?
Call 575-200-8812.
200-8812, 200-8812. If you got cedar T-posts, he could use all of them and get his hands on them.
Used cedar posts is what I'm looking for.
You use cedar posts. Jeremy,
Yes, sir.
if you don't track down enough today, you call us back tomorrow on Rugged Tradio, okay?
Sounds good. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, bud. Thanks for being on Rugged Tradio. And my phone line, I believe, is clear. I think that's going to be Tradio for your Wednesday. I want to thank another sponsor that comes along for Tradio and the sponsor that takes care of having everything you need in firearms. I hear all the time there's a firearms ammo shortage. Not at Courtesy Sporting and Pawn. They've got over 1,200 to 1,500 weapons in stock at any one time, and all the firearms ammos with them, even those hard to find calibers. You need .410, they've got .410. And they also have all your accessories from every type of grip, sight, strap, necessity, and specialized law enforcement equipment. A full line of staccato gear, just so that our law enforcement officers are outfitted, always sold at the best discounts, if not at cost. Your hand-forged knives, Black Rifle coffee, and a little bit of everything, because they're a gold and silver trader too. It's Courtesy Sporting and Pawn, 1095 North Canal in Carlsbad, and the best thing you find there is the expert staff to be sure everything's mounted and working properly. It's the area's largest sporting outfitter, Courtesy Sporting and Pawn, 1095 North Canal in Carlsbad, and I thank them for coming along for Rugged Tradio. And big shout out to Lucky 7 Pest Control, taking care of our pest needs, taking care of us here at the studio, our transmitter sites, and in my home. It's termite season. It's time the buggies are starting to crawl. You need to get your house protected now and get your summer services started. Lucky 7 Pest Control, because they're the best. 631-7777. And I thank them for coming along for Tradio. All right, I've already run late on the show. Tom A. Reese standing by with your chances to win in the W105 Cash Blowout. He'll be playing the sounder and playing your country. I'll see you at 3 for the ride. That's Tradio.
This program is provided as a free community service to connect individual buyers and sellers. Just as with any classified ads, the accuracy of the description, condition, and price for all items is provided solely by the callers. W105 and MTD Radio do not examine, evaluate, or endorse these products in any way, and make no representation to their quality, condition, or fairness of price. W105 and MTD are under no obligation to become involved in any transactions or disputes between users of this program, and we encourage buyers to do independent research before making a purchase. The views of the host are not necessarily those of the company. Thank you for listening.
This has been Rugged Tradio on W105, a service of Rugged Trade, serving Roswell, Carlsbad, Artesia, and Hobbs. More than a trade, it's a lifestyle. Join us every Monday through Friday from 9:30 to 10 a.m. to buy, sell, and trade on Rugged Tradio on Your Country W105.
The Legends.
I was looking for love in all the wrong places, looking for love.
They all play here.
From the Inn of the Mountain God studio, this is KWMW Maljamar, Your Country W105. New traditions await at Inn of the Mountain Gods. For more information, visit innofthemountaingods.com.
Here's another one from deep in the far back corner of our gigantic music vault.
Ah! Spider! I hate spiders! Six lanes, tail lights, red ants marching into the night. They
they disappear to the left and right again. Another supper from a sack, a 99-cent heart attack. I got a pounding head and an aching back, and the camel's buried in a big straw stack. But I'm gonna live where the green grass grows, watching my corn pop up in rows. Every night be tucked in close to you. Raise our kids where the good Lord's blessed, point our rocking chairs towards the west, and plant our dreams where the peaceful river flows, where the green grass grows. Well, I'm from a map dot, a stop sign on a black top. I caught the first bus I could hop from there. But all of this glitter is getting dark. There's concrete growing in the city park. I don't know who my neighbors are, and there's bars on the corners and bars on my heart. But I'm gonna live where the green grass grows, watch my corn pop up in rows. Every night be tucked in close to you. Raise our kids where the good Lord's blessed, point our rocking chairs towards the west, plant our dreams where the peaceful river flows, where the green grass grows. I'm gonna live where the green grass grows, watch my corn pop up in rows. Every night be tucked in close to you. Raise our kids where the good Lord's blessed, point our rocking chairs towards the west, and plant our dreams where the peaceful river flows. Whoa, where the green grass grows.
It's Tim McGraw on your country where the green grass grows. Good morning to you. It's Tom A. in the air chair at Conway 20 now.
I can almost hear the stillness as it yields to the sound of your heart beating. Bum, bum, bum. And I can almost hear the echo of the thoughts that I know you must be thinking. Bum, bum, bum. And I can feel your body tremble as you wonder what this moment holds in store. Bum, bum, bum. And as I put my arms around you, I can tell you've never been this far before. Bum, bum, bum. I don't know what I'm saying as my trembling fingers touch forbidden places. Bum, bum, bum. I only know I've waited for so long for the chance that we are taking. Bum, bum, bum. I don't know and I don't care what made you tell him you don't love him anymore. Bum, bum, bum. And as I taste your tender kisses, I can tell you've never been this far before. Bum, bum, bum. And as I take the love you're giving, I can feel the tension building in your mind. And you're wondering if tomorrow I'll still love you like I'm loving. but tonight will only make me love you more. And I hope that you'll believe me, 'cause I know you've never been this far before. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum.
So funny.
So much fun.
So hilarious.
Not just another stupid morning show. Wait a minute. Maybe we are just another stupid morning show. Be in the Breakfast Club weekday mornings 6 to 9.